right. Hello, welcome, viewers. For tonight's episode 14, Tales of Winternock, Tale of Cybil's Spear, our actual play D&D 5e game. Apologize for a little delay and surprise, different night. Bonus D&D this week with a Wednesday night session before our regular Saturday session that we will still have this weekend. So I'm Silver. As always, I'll be your storyteller this evening. With me are our players, AJ, Ernie, Dustin, Jeff, Conrad, and Pope. And for those of you tuning in for the first time, or if you've missed a session, we'd like to encourage you to check out our previous sessions, which you can find on YouTube at the link in the About section of our Twitch channel. And before we begin, want to thank Smiteworks for Fantasy Grounds, our virtual tabletop choice. And as always, thanks to Sirenscape for our amazing ambient sound effects and music. Tales of Winternock is not affiliated with either of these companies other than the use of their products. Previously on the Tale of Cybil's Spear, party took a job from Honoria, the owner of an underground casino in Six Bells, to escort some goods for her from Baral across the Sea of Kings. The party traveled by sea to Maidenthorn and by horse to Airguard, where they discovered that a woman from their past, Deirdra, had passed away, surprisingly of old age. They visited her estate and paid their respects to her and await the funeral, which will happen in the next day. And our tale resumes on the morning, the day before the funeral. After most of the party has gotten a restful sleep, I would say everybody got the benefits of a long rest. If you want to know what else happened, check out last week's episode. So, with that, as you all wake up the next morning to a fairly chilly morning in the inn, windows rattling a little bit, shutters rattling as there's a light wind outside blowing against them and providing a pretty good chill to the air. And any of you have anything that you do in your rooms before you eventually meet up with the rest of the party? Alfred? You got to push.
I thought it was. Hello.
There you are.
Alfred will take Cybil for a morning walk as per usual. He's looking to see if he can find any. He knows that things have been kind of rough lately, so he's looking for any like small shops that are open. If there's anyone like selling any meats around town, and the like small like walk that he can do. Pick up a little snack for Cybil maybe. But other than that, and like a little bit of stretching, he's not doing much.
I would say if you make a pretty good circle around the inn on your walk, you could easily pass a butcher shop somewhere that could probably catch some scraps off morning cuttings. How about Kiesel? We haven't heard from you in a while.
I'm gonna get out of bed and I'm going to put my weapons in a particular order. Weapons that I do have. Technically, I'm still carrying the shield on my person. So the shield will go in the center, the glaive will go at the bottom, and then the two daggers will kind of be on opposite sides, parallel to each other at an angle, so it kind of makes like a pyramid. And I will do some kind of basic stretches, and I will face the orientation that my weapons are facing, and kind of a little stretch, kind of get down a little bit more on the humble downward humble, and I will kind of start under my breath just reciting a small prayer to Zephora, before kind of quickly getting up, taking a deep breath, and I think I will put on my armor, grab all my shit, and try and see if the window is locked or unlocked, because I don't feel like going down the stairs, because I don't want to meet up with the lady that's down there that may or may not have been expecting me last night. So I want to see if the window's open first, so I can just kind of like sneak out.
Ah. Say no. The windows don't open.
I can't like jimmy it with like a dagger, kind of work it a
No,
little.
it's the slatted windows, so the air comes in, but it doesn't actually close. So you're getting the rattle of the wood in the window from the wind outside. But yeah, there isn't look, you could bust it out, but nicely without causing damage to your damage deposit. No, you can't exit through the window.
No. Ugh. I would have thought we would have been out of here by now. Though I didn't think we would have spent more than a day, really. Put all my eggs in one hostess. Oh, jeez. I'm gonna come on down. And is there like a fire pit or something going? Oh, also, I want to change my cape real quick. My robes in many fashions. I want it to kind of look a little bit more tattered and dirtied and brown and low key, because I think it was still purple for the longest time after meeting with the fancy lady. So I'll give a wave of my hand, and as I'm walking down the stairs, the cloak will wrap around the backside, and as it kind of like flows, it'll very quickly go from this deep royal purple to this really shit brown. And it looks tattered. It looks like it's just been through the ringer, like stab marks, like bite marks, question of unknown origin. But I'll make my way down, and I'll just kind of, is there like a fire or something?
Yeah, there's a fireplace, a pretty large hearth down in the main room.
I'll go back down there, and I'll kind of take a seat and start kind of just trying to warm up. Is there like a chair or something I can kind of curl myself into?
Oh yeah, you could pull a chair over in front of the hearth pretty easily.
All right, I'll just kind of drag it along, and then I'll sit down and get close enough and start kind of warming up my hands
Okay.
and everything. I'll kind of spend some time just kind of sitting in silence and kind of reflecting the previous day of just having to see her like that, and then just kind of everything that we'd overheard and kind of like listened to. So I'm just gonna kind of ponder at the embers as I'm warming up.
All right. Salinas, any morning routine?
Linus wakes up a little bit early, but I don't think he leaves his room. He just sort of sits in bed for a little bit, some writing on one of the last few spare pieces of paper got from Zedri. I think he just sort of takes a quiet morning to himself.
Okay. Zedri.
Cedri will go ahead and wake up, complete his prayers. He's going to split his time between Infernus and Briora this morning. Just feeling a little more sentimental and more in line with Briora, but still giving time and grace to Infernus. And then he is going to leave his room and knock on Yofredir's door to see if he's in, since he normally does a morning routine, and Cedri's feeling like he needs to stretch a little bit after what happened last night with the alcohol.
Which, on that note, Yofredir.
Yeah, so when I headed up, Cedric would probably catch me as I'm headed out. Go for my usual morning run. he would run along the river though, and then he would take a small break along the river, take his boots off, and then he would go about knee deep. Let off a little prayer to Brior before, washing himself up a little bit, then boots back on and heading back.
Okay. So, Pope,
Yep.
what's
I'm
Vault doing?
just gonna have Vault. He's gonna be hanging out with Brindell for a little bit and talking to him about losing all that money and gambling. Not a good or prudent decision. So I'm gonna try to teach him how to do a little lie detecting, but I'm terrible at lying. So I'm gonna do my best to just say things like "My name is Charles," and get him to detect that should be an obvious lie.
Oh man, what's a teaching role here? You know what? You give me an insight roll.
Insight roll? You got it.
Yeah. How well can you just convey to him insight? We'll go that way.
I like this. All right, roll. This will be the first. Is this the first roll?
Yep.
Boy, howdy. And it's an insight one.
I think there's a tradition of the first roll's typically pretty good.
Yeah, 27.
Charles, go.
Yeah, alright. My name is Chuck D. Reamer.
Literally what I was thinking. I'm glad you got that.
He seems to be picking up a little bit on what you're trying to convey. Not so much, but his story to you is not so much that he was... he didn't get caught like bluffs and things like that. Just a matter of he had bad luck.
Okay. Sure.
Bad
sure,
cards.
Buddy. Sure.
Bad
buddy.
cards. But he promises to do better.
Yeah, better. Can't be losing all that gold, man. Got a family to feed. I don't. It should not be Vault telling him to take care of his family. I'm just throwing that out there. Not saying that to him. Anyway, that's all I'm doing. Thank you.
Okay. So Cedric, Yofredir, meeting up in the hall.
Good morning,
What's going
Zedri. How are things?
It's going okay. I need to go ahead and get out of my head a little bit, and I was just hoping you could go ahead and help me with that.
Oh, well, I'm just about to go on my run for the other usual things, if you'd like to join.
Oh, I thought you normally stretched and worked out and stuff.
Well, yeah, that comes
this-
after the run.
Okay, yeah.
Gotta get the heart pumping a bit.
Absolutely fine. Yes. And Zedru will just buckle up. He's gonna tighten all of his clothes to just make sure they really hug him, because it's probably gonna be cold.
Do you go running often?
No. I definitely just sit at home most of the time. Maybe a jaunt around town, and maybe to deliver something, but for the most part, no, I don't do runs for fun.
We'll go on a slow pace. We'll take it easy this morning.
Okay. Maybe the last, I don't know exactly how much you plan. Probably what, 2 hours of running? I don't know. What's your regiment?
That's normally about 30 or so minutes before I get back here.
Then the last 5 minutes. Let's just, you go at the pace that you normally go at, and I should be able to keep up.
All right. Well, let's get out there then.
All right. Alfred, you would have seen these same conditions as you were taking Cybil around. Honestly, I'd say probably you were still out with Cybil at the time that they're going out on their run. Light snow. It's just above freezing, about 36 degrees outside, with the light breeze blowing the snow and nice swirls around the top of the already foot of snow that's been sitting out there since the other night. Not pleasant out by any means. But for Yofredir, this is pretty much par for the course. This is his atmosphere, what he's used to. So Zedri, pretty foreign. Not a whole lot of experience with snow. This has been kind of new with dealing with the snow that you've the little bit you saw when you were up north, and then this is probably the most snow you've ever seen. Aside from maybe if you went up in the mountains, but that's up to you on whether that's in your background.
You know, that might change a few things about Alfred's morning. Alfred's not necessarily the most interested in the cold, so he'd probably cut down on his walking quite a bit. Still wanting to get, like, he would still push himself to get a snack for Cybil. Like, that's probably, like, the only reason he would go out in the first place. But, yeah, definitely cutting it down a bit, and even, like, gathering, like, as many, like, if there's anyone that's, like, is there anyone, like, selling furs this early in the morning?
Selling what?
Like furs or, like, any sort of, like, heavy textiles?
Yeah, if you're up at, like, regular, you know, post-dawn, you could find a couple shops open. Be able to buy some more winter clothes.
Yeah, no, Alfred would definitely want to, like, sort of, like, put on, like, some sort of, just outerwear, like, some sort of, like, basic shawl.
Which if you... I believe you guys bought outerwear way back when you were up in the peninsula previous arc of the campaign. You guys all went and bought some cold weather clothing. I don't know what Alfred bought because that is a long time ago, but...
Let's say that they went through their paces. Let's say that it's time for an update.
Okay.
He will go out and get a new robe. He'll put down... How much gold does Alfred actually have to spend?
To just get a simple, you know, warm weather clothing, I'll say 4 silver is what it's going to cost you. Look of concern on Alfred's face.
Alfred is going to grab some meat for Cybil and then head back to the inn. That'll be up for his morning. He will not get a robe.
I just looked at your inventory.
Old,
Yep, I
miserable,
understand the
and
look of concern.
Alfred really is like...
when you need it.
Yeah, no, Alfred's looking into himself right now, and he is wondering what has happened in his life to get to this point. Like, he has thought that it's been going pretty well. Like, he's gotten some friends, and he's been doing pretty well for himself, gotten pretty decent at making some things, but now he's sitting there back in his room. He's past Vault and giving his little lesson on how to lie. Not really thinking too much of it, just going back up to his room, and now he's sitting on his bed and like, wow, this is where I am.
This is probably a good time to bring up a retcon from last session. So just for clarification on the Artificer, infusions versus building items, we're going to say that you took vaults and infused his crossbow rather than you took the time to build that crossbow.
Yeah, that's
But
fair. I just wanted it to be more like, oh, I built you something, and like, here's a gift. Like, obviously I can't, like, but for sure.
I'm still
end
pretty
effect,
about
he
it.
still has the crossbow that's uber crossbow compared to basic crossbow.
It's pretty
Just he
nice.
doesn't have 2.
Two-handing them crossbows, boys. Pow, pow. Anyway, I started blasting.
All right. Brief jog, folks, out in the nice snow. Go for dear, Cedric.
Yeah, he would make his stop by the river. Zedri would probably be staring like, you're gonna go in there? And yeah, he'd be back out after probably like 2-3 minutes. Head back to the tavern, get warm, get a drink.
All right.
Put his-
Cedric, give me an athletics for your jog.
You got this.
Here we go. This is definitely my thing. I have this is one of the only scores I have a literal +0 in.
It'll be like a natural 20 or something.
Whew, 15. Solid.
Oh,
You brought your A game. You keep up with him pretty well until that last stretch where he goes full bore, and you do everything in your power to keep up, but yeah, his totem enhancement of being able to go 40 feet in a turn just blows you away. Jeffrey, give me a con save with advantage. But this is your polar bear dip.
Oh, con save.
Briora's gonna bless him on this one. It's gonna be fine.
Yeah, Totem of the Bear Grills.
Totem of the
He's
Bear
such a
Grylls!
good name.
Oh no, that couldn't have been an RP moment. Oh.
I don't want to make a Bear Grylls canon in this world.
Bear totem.
All right, you're solid. 18, no problem. Just nice and brisk, just the way you like it.
As long as there's no
Cedric, any
quick-
reaction?
Hedry's gonna wild shape at the end. If he can't keep up, he's like, there's a little bit of a competitive streak at this point, and yeah, he's just gonna do his best to keep up, even if that means using magic. We're not in the house anymore, so there isn't a no magic rule. So he's gonna wild shape, and he's gonna turn into like a wolf clad in flames, so it'll be perfectly fine in terms of temperature. So he'll come out toasty in the end, which is nice.
So this is as you're getting your final loop, as you're heading back up the main road, heading to the north, heading back towards the river. And yeah, here's Zedri turning into a flame-wreathed wolf, charging back into the fray and scaring the crap out of everybody on the side of the street as this flame-wrapped wolf is running through this town of a very foreign sight to everybody around as they scream and run into their houses, hiding away from the beast,
Well,
and then
Zedry has
peeking out out of
blinders on.
curiosity as you go. So
Oof. Well, I'm also only going 40 feet, so I'm still probably just a little bit behind you for here at the end.
if you push one in there, I imagine that you would have been able to catch up and then run with him for the most part. Unless Yoferdir is really pushing.
Nah, just a normal run. Zedry could dash and pass me, maybe.
There you go.
Zedry would never pass. Zedry would pace with you, so.
Respect.
All right, you complete your little run, and followed by Yoferdir's little dip in the river before heading back into the inn. Find Kiesel seated in front of the fire, warming up, and Vault coming downstairs from his little conversation with Brendel. No sign of Salinas, no sign of Alfred.
Who all is downstairs right now as I've come downstairs?
So it'd be you, Kiesel,
Me.
and Yoferdir and Zedri just be coming in.
Okay.
There's a pretty heavy-set older gentleman at the counter.
Cool.
Not anybody that you recognize, haven't seen this person before. And otherwise, the inn's empty at this point.
Is he armed?
Nope.
No. Just kind of like random commoner, number 5 kind of guy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Something like that.
Sure. I'm gonna sit down and just kind of like wait for food. Just sit down at a table. If Kiesel is at a table and not just at a chair in front of the fire, I'd sit next to him. But if he's like by himself in front of the hearth there, then he's by himself.
He'd be next to a table,
Yeah.
but
I'll still sit on the chair kind of nearest to him and just kind of like get my bag. I got everything with me again. My whole room is cleaned out. Just got my bag down there. Just kind of like gonna go through, take some notes.
Brendel come down with you.
Sure, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe we'll play some cards.
Get your money.
Oh my god. Both sides. Betting against myself.
The heavy-set individual, catches sight of you and heads over. Get you anything?
Oh, I don't think we've been properly introduced. Do you run this establishment?
Yes, I'm Weston. I'm the owner. You must be the individuals that took care of the issue in the cellar.
Oh, quite. And I'll actually pull out our glued together bottle and hand it to him and say, whatever it was you had down there came from these. Could you place this and how these made it to your basement?
I mean, I can check the inventory and check if that's see what the origin is.
It might be.
Doesn't
It might be
look-
useful for you. I'm not telling you.
That's
it will.
certainly. I appreciate everything you guys did, and I understand Narcisse is comped everything for you.
Oh, she has been absolutely wonderful, and you have a wonderful establishment to boot. I've slept like a babe, honestly.
Glad to hear it. You'll be here for one more night. Is that my understanding?
Kiesel, is that correct? Did you hear him?
I believe it was 3 nights that we were given. Yes, but whether we are here to cash in on that, I'm not too sure. We tend to move around a lot, but
Yeah, according to the books, I mean, you've been here. Well, I mean, doesn't look like you stayed here the first night, but the third night would be tonight. So, but I mean, we can work something out if you need to stay longer. That's not a problem.
Well, I quite do appreciate the generosity. If there's ever a problem in the future, you can always count on Cybil's spear. And I'll give him a little bit of like a nod.
Have a name.
Yes.
You like a company or something?
Yes, actually, professionals in the field.
Oh, mercenaries. Okay.
And now I'll pull my like cool crossbow out, and I'm kind of like still really excited about it. Look, we even have special equipment, and I'm just like literally gonna show this to
impressive.
everybody.
oh,
All right. Well, get you some food.
I'll get up to.
Yes, actually, I would love maybe one of everything actually for breakfast. I'm quite hungry. It's been.
I'll see what St. John's got ready, and I'll bring out an assortment.
Well,
No charge. We'll get you set up, get you fed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Weston. And I'll happily sit down, still kind of jiggling with my crossbow. Day 2 of jiggling.
Anything special for you? Looking to you, Kiesel.
An English breakfast, but please hold the beans this time.
All right, I'll see what I can do with that. I'll be back in a moment. Enjoy the fire. A little bit brisk out there this morning. Looks like foul weather today.
Oh, will you be attending the funeral, perchance?
No, I don't really have reason to go. I'll probably be running the shop here.
Very fair. Thank you very much for your time, and I will go back to taking down some notes and such.
He just nods his head and heads back to the kitchen.
What was the name of the cook that's working right now?
St. John?
St. John. Okay.
Sinjin.
Thank you.
All right.
I want to vault real quick while we have this like very quick moment alone. Thinking about how yesterday went. We should have been a little bit more assertive and not have those people kind of,
Sorry, I think I must have not fully cleaned my ears after my morning bath. Could you try repeating that?
Oh no. Do you? I don't know. I just since the funeral is today, and when we were talking to everybody, do you feel like we should have been a little bit more assertive in how we kind of?
Assertive in what way?
Oh, I
You mean
don't know.
with
Just
her body?
instead of having to go through. No, definitely not with her body. Not like in checking for anything, but just we were giving out our names, and I don't know. I feel like we should have been like, yeah, we helped rescue this lady. Like we were the ones who helped make sure that she was able to go home. Would have really been a conversation starter, wouldn't it?
It could be. I think you make a very interesting point, and that is, how do we relay the informations, and what do we relay? I personally think it's probably better to keep things about these things maybe a little bit more close to the chest. If they don't know, probably for the better. They won't be a target. I'd hate to bring whatever this is upon any more. But if you think that it would improve our reputation,
but...
it might be worth considering.
Well, at least the reputation with, people who knew her. I mean, they were a whole group. They probably had graphic novels written about them or something. People would have probably drawn pictures of how cool they were in their adventures.
I think it would be better if we do that after having proof.
So
the only thing I have, and I'll open my book and I'll flip to the page where I have the drawing that I sketched out of that portal when we left after fighting that big dragon dream beast. The only thing I really have of proof is this sketch. And
wounds,
it could make us look
any sort of
but,
not that any of my scars that I got there. I almost
have
had
a
my
scar.
hand entry through. Yeah, but I don't know if anybody came out with a brand on their ass or any sort of trademarking.
Oh, I've got this, and I'll just pull my ear and be like, I've got this one, but I'm not quite proud of that.
Feel free to walk up about this and be like, yeah, that might be something to keep low key.
Yes, but I think that it's worth considering how we represent ourselves for potential future jobs. That is a very good thing to be assertive about.
Oh, it's just less thing about the job. I don't know. I just don't want people treating us like strangers in this, Deirdra Ivana situation. I don't feel like we were strangers. We had a hard time getting along and making plans and stuff. But at the end, I mean, we were all there. We left together. That kind of, we couldn't have done it without the other.
Do you have a goal with this? I
We
find
are,
for myself that whenever I'm struggling, I find that obstacles are those frightful things we see when we take our eyes off our goal. Do you feel like we've taken our eyes off a goal?
I don't know. I don't know what we lose, but I just feel like if we were able to get closer to a position with those who knew her, maybe we could have some more insight on who she was leading up to being abducted or taken or whatever, and then that can kind of be like a piece of the puzzle. You know what I mean? Just to have that insight. I mean, who knows? There might have been people on her side of the family that would have looked into something.
We should keep that in mind. I think the best course of action, though, is probably not with distant relatives who have almost nothing to do other than maybe a claim for her estate. I personally think, and again, we didn't speak with any of the family, but I've seen it happen in Six Bells. Squabbles over money at funeral times can be quite grim levels of humanity. I would hate to get in the middle of that or bring any of what we've brought upon them, but talking to who was it? Zedri was speaking with a Brioran master. What was his name?
It was Master Artemis.
Master Artemis.
Zedri would have unwild shaped before he came in the door. He's
not catching things on fire.
He's not gonna. No, he would not step into the building. It was Master Artemis. Yeah, I mean, Deirdra and him grew up together, so I feel like that's maybe a bigger bond.
I think it would be better to, how should we say, socially scout Master Artemis and figure out where his alliances lie, if we feel like it would be useful to speak with him, you know, I trust your judgment. I personally would trust any man of the cloth for Briora. And a friend of Miss Arpad would be a wonderful asset potentially. So if you want to go down this route, that would be probably our best bet.
If we don't say anything of who we are, at least make ourselves known in our specific relationship with her, then I feel like that would just feel like a wasted opportunity to kind of grasp at this thread. You know, she was, you know, one of the only ones who was able to get out with us, so that's kind of a link to it in a way. I just feel like this is a big opportunity.
Yes, I
to
agree
just kind
there.
of socialize, talk with whoever knew her, the masters.
Yes, I think that you're spot on. This is a very good opportunity. Zedri, you spoke with Master, what was it, Artemis? And
Yeah.
do you feel he's trustworthy? He appeared so on the surface.
Absolutely. I mean, he knew about Deirdra, and he knew about Cybil, the original Cybil, not the dog Cybil. And then he also knew about Xanathy. So he actually recommended that the state that Xanathy is in, I should probably take her back to Ashmain, to the monastery over there. But that's something to figure out later. There's a lot of layers that he's working on though, so I trust him. Yeah. I don't know how far that goes. I know I can be kind of trusting sometimes. So just want to put out there that I know that.
Fair. Do you think that there's pieces of information specific we could aim for? I personally think the most critical information is who was she last with? Who brought her back to town? If she rode back with someone, then we would have a live person to speak with who would know more about her journey and her final days. If we can find someone like that at the funeral, that would, I think, give us quite an edge in chasing down this lead.
I believe the family or the butler had said that she was brought in by an elf woman. But
do we know
they
which
didn't seem to know
direction
who she
she's
was.
led to?
I don't think we know.
Was
I don't think anyone
months
does.
back. It was over a singular month that she was like brought back to Urgard, right?
You know, this reminds me, when we used to work on small puzzles, in Six Bells, there's a set of sewers that run beneath the town, and Chester and I used to go down there and map them. And the point of this is that when trying to solve a maze, and I think gathering information is similar, it's best to start at the end and work our way backwards. We know where she died. We know she was with an elf. If we can find out who that was, we can find out where they met. And if we can trace her last steps, we'll find where she exited the dream, and we might be able to find others who exited with her. But that's all conjecture.
By that metric, we should probably go and inquire with the Granite Ravens too. I mean, I know we briefly talked about if we were going to do that or not, but that's another group that might know a lot more about Deirdra. There was the guildmaster that they were talking about.
Yes. I also second that idea of speaking with the Granite Ravens. I have a hopeful meeting with Mr. Sadler. He should be arriving at some point to tell me of the fate of our most recent acquisitions. And I'll just kind of like embarrassingly like stare down at the table as I say that.
They have almost certainly left town.
Oh, Salinas. Good morning.
Good morning. What were we talking about?
Saying hello again to Master Artemis at the funeral for our friend.
And we were also discussing if Johann was going to give his actual name. And Zetri's looking at Kiesel as he says that.
Oh, yeah, where'd you hear that one from?
That was the name that she went by earlier. I mean, I have to remember the fake names too. I don't want to implicate everybody by not being able to remember them. I say that, but I absolutely forgot what everybody else went by, so...
Oh, wait, okay, so then, wait, who are we gonna see that we gave the fake names to that I have to remember the fake names to?
Oh, no, I absolutely gave my real name to Master Artemis. I would not lie to him. But I didn't
Wait, then-
mention any
so-
of the rest of your names.
So wait, then... Wait, didn't we all give a fake name to that one sketchy rat man?
I didn't
And-
actually
yes.
give him my name.
Wait, why is this... wait... Kiesel just kind of puts his arms up, he's like, what the fuck?
Yeah,
See,
what
this
the
is
fuck?
why you
That's
should
what I'm
always
saying.
tell the truth. It's a lot easier to remember.
No, like, I know I gave out a fake name, but everyone gave a fake name at the table to the rat man.
I did.
One with the big trench coat who was selling
I never,
watches or
I never
something.
told him my name. I didn't make one up.
Are you
Is it
saying that he
really-
was very, like, ratty? Or, he was definitely a catfolk.
Why are we talking about this? Why is this important?
Keeping track of the lies sometimes
Just-
gets really difficult.
I would advise if you need to keep track of your lies, two options: one, don't, and two, take notes.
Ideally, we'll never speak to that man again.
Well, if I kept track of, yes, you're right. If I don't lie, but if I kept track of every lie I told, I'd have enough to build a big enough ladder to climb back into Telluria. So, counting my lies is, I'm not saying any lies will be equally as difficult.
Yeah, so what's the biggest lie you've ever told?
Oh,
Yes, are there any we should know about for you? Your
Told-
well-being.
Have you told me a lie? Have you told me a lie?
Inside check.
No, I don't. Oh. No, the lies that I no, the lies that I have to tell of like survival. It's just like a fake name or a this or that. It's a library of white small lies. It's never like, oh, my father was a goat and my mother-in-law was the goddess. You know, it's always just like, oh yeah, my name's here from here, and no one asks any questions. You leave and everybody forgets. So.
Yeah, how do you know about my family tree, Kiesel?
They went around. They were traveling people, right?
Just gonna elbow Brindell and just be like, "See, watch this," and then I'm gonna roll an insight check. If that's acceptable. I just want to
Guess
know if
who?
the has Kiesel lied to Alfred was legit.
Oh.
All right, Keith will give me a deception or persuasion in the tower.
Has he lied to Alfred?
My lord.
Whew!
Can you beat the 27?
Oh no! Oh. Yo, this is like a session 5 lie dog. No, there's no way I'm gonna deceive my ass off for this. This max screen is so small.
Nat 20 it.
You can do it. 5% chance.
I guess I'm deceiving. But I don't remember.
Oh, that was so close to the nat
No.
20.
It still wouldn't have been enough, but it would have been a nat 20.
Kiesel, are you aware that you are making this up right now? Or have you incepted
Oh.
yourself?
I need to be honest with you. The difference between being a good liar and having a very poor memory are often so closely intersected that sometimes, if I'm gonna be honest with you, sometimes I just forget I say shit. So, is that a problem? Am I lying too much? I only lied to Alfred because I thought it would have been funny to see him take his shirt off in a temple and he believed me. But that was like when we first met, and I was a little bit more of a dick. But like in recent like memory, I haven't told any of you any sort of outstanding lies. An omission of the truth isn't a lie about where I come from, but like I haven't deliberately lied to you about like who I am, who my mother and father are. I gave you all the information I could on that. It's just when I first met him, I was just real hard on him, and I feel so bad. I think about it every night, and I'll just kind of turn to Alfred and I'll just be like, I'm so sorry to find out this way, but Vault just checked me so hard, and it takes up a lot of thinking space, and I feel bad for it.
So a dwarven woman you don't recognize is like slowly setting plates down on the table, like what the hell did I walk into, and just politely walking away.
What up, girl? Welcome to the trauma dump.
So I honestly I've thought about that quite a bit myself over the time that we've known each other, and I don't know if I've ever quite been able to completely trust you because of it.
Fuck, consequences.
I appreciate you. I don't hold it against you. I realize that I might be a bit naive sometimes, and that might have its own consequences, and that's okay. I just have to live with that and hopefully be a little bit better. It's all right. Don't worry about it.
Yofrider will try to
I'm
nudge
going to
Alfred.
because that didn't sound like a direct. That still doesn't sound like an apology, so I'm still going to worry about it. But it's sometimes you have to wear a suit of armor, and it can rub people the wrong way.
Yeah, Yofrider will nudge Alfred with his elbow and be like, plus we got to show off our sick abs.
Yeah, we did. I wasn't in a Temple of Infernus, which means that it wasn't necessarily the worst offense for me,
Always look on the bright side, including these eggs. And I'm gonna eat like a little sunny side up egg as I say that.
How do you eat them like that?
I would eat anything right now. I'm absolutely starving these past few days. I don't know. Just shoveling more food in. But like trying to wipe it off. It's like I don't know, it's like a little Kieselism has like rubbed off on Vault. Just a little dirtier in the eating.
The legacy.
Legacy.
I rubbed
but
every.
how long do we have until this funeral, and do we have any other business before that? Should we visit the Granite Ravens before, or should we plan to do that afterwards? Does anyone have a
Just
feeling? on this?
clarification: the funeral is tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
Next
It's not
Friday.
this day that we're on.
Correct.
Okay, cool. This
You
is
have
we have
another
like that
day.
day off, kind of.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Well then, maybe retcon that.
What are we looking to accomplish there? Grand Ravens?
Well, I need to check to see how my little job is doing, and see if the young saddler is up to the task. Always useful and a fun distraction. But more potentially, we could learn about Miss Arpad and some of her earlier exploits. If we find out who she traveled with, where she traveled, rumors, etc., it might give us a lead to find out where she, how do we say, exited that dream space.
I mean, we kind of already have a lead, don't we? We just have to leave a note for Ivana when she comes back. Tell her to meet us back in Six Bells. Right?
You think she's gonna go back though?
Oh, or might not have been there when I was speaking to the butler yesterday. He did say that there was an Ivana that came back with Deirdra. That Ivana left again, saying that she would be back. So, can't wait until she comes back. We don't know how long that will be, but we can leave her a letter. He just like reaches into his like inside of his coat and pulls out a letter. He's planning on leaving this with either they keep the post or you try and going back to the estate and leaving it there. I'm not sure.
If we're going to the temple to meet with Master Artemis, that should be in the same place as the Arpad estate. And then from there, we need to go back to the Oidar precinct, which is where Lady Katisha's estate was. But I don't want to go see Lady Katisha. Although she's probably going to be there tomorrow at the funeral. That's okay. And then that's two big things, right? And then also getting the letter planted, so 3.
So we have
What's the third one?
It was we need to go meet with Master Artemis at the temple because that's where he's staying with the monks. Then we need to go ahead and go to the Granite Ravens Guild to go ahead and ask about that. There's the Guildmaster, Tasu, I think was their name. And then we can just drop off the letter that you have since you already wrote it. I mean, I trust what you wrote. I don't. Everybody else good with whatever Salinas wrote in that?
Well, I mean, it's a lot better than what I could write, that's for sure. Kiesel, did they forget your beans?
Really, as he makes that comment,
Maybe in a different headspace.
Okay, I didn't hear whatever Kiesel said, so we're kind of in a lag here.
It just flew forward.
You know, he's quite particular about his breakfast. Maybe we should just give him some space. I'm going to finish mine, gather my things, and then I will be ready at all of your disposal. I would suggest we all do the same and get a move on for the day.
Yeah, let's get a move on while it's still light out. If it gets any colder out, I don't think I'll make it.
Do you have a coat?
I have this one, but you know, layering is always better.
On our way, I'll get you one. How about that? It will be my payment for this wonderful crossbow and cool. And I'm gonna like spin the little repeating section. I think it was repeating, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'm gonna spin the little magical device that creates the ammo that I still am so excited about, and I'm gonna be like, I'll buy you a coat for it. We'll call it closer to even.
You don't have to do that. It's not necessarily like, I mean, it's.
I
You're just
probably
sort of
won't
like
take
trying-
no for an answer on this one, but I do appreciate that. And then I'm gonna just stuff some food in my mouth, and I'm gonna head upstairs, grab the rest of the like few little things that I would have left in my room, and then come right back down with my bag and be like waiting by the door.
Anybody else have anything before you depart to wherever your first destination is?
Yeah, I think. Well, Alfred's got all his stuff on him. He's just gonna go up and grab Cybil,
Okay.
like tie her leash up and, you know, come back down.
Yeah, you're free to just grab his things from his room. That's it.
All right, is Brindell going along this time?
Oh, can I roll for it?
Yeah, do whatever you want.
I would love to roll for it. Can you give me just tell me a roll to make, and I like I don't know D20 or 12 or something.
Just go ahead and roll, and I'll say I'll make a determination off your roll.
All right, we're rolling a 20. Let's see what it is. Odds he stays? I don't know.
Oh, it was almost a 20.
He's not feeling up to it.
Okay.
Feeling like he's gonna wait around and watch for Narcisse to come back because he thinks he can do better this time.
Oh
no.
Oh, you idiot, Brendel. I love you.
All right, what's our first destination, folks?
Pantheon Sphere.
Sounds good to me.
They're both about equidistant away from where you're at, so there's not really a closer one place over the other. So it's whichever one you want to go. So
I'm going to,
Temple
whatever our
of
itinerary is, I want to make sure that I tell Brindell that, so that in case Sadler comes back to the tavern, that Brindell can tell him where we're at, can keep up with him. Just to clarity.
Okay. All right. Set off into the nice chilly morning air. That nice light amount of snowfall that's... You can sense the temperature's warming up a little bit, but at the same note, that's not necessarily a good thing, as you still have the precipitation as it starts to shift from a little bit of snow to a little bit more of a sleet.
Whip up that
Presuming that you take your horses so that Vault's not halfway in the snow as he walks.
with my little mage hand holding up the slush.
Taking your horses, you head south back the way you went to House Arpad and get back into Pantheon Sphere. Doors are open again, as they were the night before. Little bit more activity on the streets as you're the start of the day. Pretty mushy going through the roads as you the hoofs going through the sloppy mess that's underneath this snow that's still about a foot deep. And then you have this combination of the slushy sleet coming down as well. And I don't even know what to think of looking at that window, too, and we still have a frozen Ernie on the other one.
Oh, that's so cool.
The backtop, I just decided to control it. It was plugged in and everything.
All right, you make your way south,
Yeah,
and
we
you
do.
get into Pantheon Sphere and make your way to that center circle of the town. Let me pull that map up here quick.
I've got the air guard map up. Oh. Okay.
Okay, so getting down here, the center circle of Pantheon Sphere, take in this set of 6 temples surrounding this one central temple. The central temple is large marble structure that it's almost more like a monument than it is an actual temple. You can tell that there's some staircases that go down below ground, but most of it is just an open air type location, presumably some sort of a ritual and celebrations, festivals, those types of things take place on the top portion. There's a large brazier in the center, as well as 4 on the outskirts, and then these large arching. It's like the start of an arch that just stops about a quarter way up. That's coming from each of the temples. So there's 6 of them coming up to kind of form a sphere. And on each of one of these 6, facing outwards away from the temple, there is a statue of each of the gods facing their respective temples, or at least that's your best assumption, is that they are facing their respective temples. And the one facing to the southeast is you would recognize as being a statue of Briora, and would presume that that would be the Temple of Briora going off in that direction. Each of the temples, they're fairly small temples compared to like the ones in Six Bells. These are much smaller. Nice marble buildings, fairly impressive architecture to them despite their small size. About 2 stories tall, and columns out in front on each one, and on those columns are different symbolism that as you get a closer look at each one, you can tell that they have different symbols for the particular deity that they represent. When you get to the Briora temple, you notice that the columns have like a long octopus tentacle going around each one, carved onto the stone. And that's on each of the 4 columns out front. And then there's a good amount of activity coming and going from the temple. It seems to be quite busy compared to the other ones. The other ones seem to be a little bit quieter, but the Breoran temple seems to be quite active this morning. And do you enter, I presume? Okay.
I would like to.
Heading into the temple, it's pretty simple. Just you walk in, and you're immediately in what you would presume to be the worship area of the temple. There are just various little stations set out, about 2 to 2.5 foot tall, that are like little dividers that set it, and bigger at the outside, going smaller, kind of like pie-shaped, heading towards a center altar at the far side of the room. And presume that they are some sort of a kneel and worship at each of these rows. And there are numerous people in there already kneeling in worship, people conducting their prayers. Turn on my temple music. And as you walk into this area, you can see that there is, running down the center, is a constantly flowing river of water that goes down in between. And at the far side, on the far side of the altar, there is a fountain that is pouring water that goes down into this little river, and that water is pouring down towards you. And then there's this little stream about 2 feet wide. As you get about 5 feet into the room, you hit this 2 feet wide stream that is where the water goes, and then it diverts, and best you can tell, it circles back towards the main fountain on the far side. Nice sound of some wind chimes. Overhear people conducting their prayers, worshiping in here, and there's a lot of hustle and bustle from clerics moving around the room, as presumably there's some prep that needs to be done before this funeral tomorrow, with this being a state funeral. And with this being a Breoran service, this is a big deal for them. Best guess is that the quarters where Master Artemis would be staying are presumably at the far side, back behind where the altar area is, as it does not appear that there is any sort of... You feel like you're seeing the left and right walls as you're standing in here, that there probably is not any more structure to the left or right. It's all got to be going deeper in.
It's so busy that it's hard to walk through without like running into people, or
It's kind of like that 2 foot wide little stream is kind of like a barrier, that the activity is on the outside of that and people moving and going, but that it's kept as a peaceful retreat for the people that are praying on the other side is quieter, easier to move around, easier to interact on that side.
Does Master Artemis's quarters seem accessible from like where we are, or does it seem like we would have to like get an adult and ask somebody to do something for us so we can talk to them?
It'd probably be best to contact somebody to find out exactly where to go, unless you feel pretty comfortable in the Breoran Temple that you just want to move about and feel like we're supposed to be here.
Actually, on that note, how similar is this to the temples in Six Bells?
As stated, they're smaller.
Sure.
It's a much smaller, and it's a little bit...
More like a social etiquette.
Far more architecture design to this.
Okay.
This whole river element and the fountain and stuff like that.
Really cool.
There's typically fonts that are set up in Breoran temples, but this is far more intricate, which you can probably tie a little bit to smaller scale, easier to put more into how lavishly decorated it is.
Sure.
So this is definitely on the fancier end for Briaran temples you've been in, even if it's on the smaller side.
Sure. I don't know, like, if there's like a normal hierarchy of organization and stuff. If there's like a, for lack of a better phrase, like a maitre d' of the temple who would be like, "Hey, welcome to the temple. You're doing it. Good job," or something. But if there is, I would like to ask that person if there's like anything that I can do to just help out, since I do know a lot about like Brioran funeral customs and just be like all of that stuff.
Yeah, basically just come down to grabbing somebody who appears to work here. Grab a cleric somewhere as they're passing by.
If no one is like coming to us, then what I'm gonna do is just kind of motion to the party that I'm gonna go really quick and just go pray for a little bit at the temple and let Zedri and the guys like kind of find Artemis and they can just flag me.
Yeah, there doesn't seem to be like you said, the maitre d' standing out front. That's hey visitors, thanks for coming in. It's more so if you stand there long enough, probably somebody will come up to you as to being could you get out of the way? Is there something I could do to help you on your way?
Right,
you
right.
seem lost, but nobody is like visibly approaching you as you guys step in.
I want to turn to Zedri and just go, you spent a lot of time with Xanathi. You know what these people were dressed like, right? Like what an important one of these people would look like.
The monastery monks, yeah, but I guess not so much the clerics. And Zedri will see if he can find anybody that was with Artemis yesterday, because he had a small like cadre of monks with him.
Yeah.
Okay, give me a perception.
Okay. The fountain is really nice, but please let me see this.
Please let me see this.
Oof.
Fountain is really nice.
I mean, there's a good number of people. If you want to take your time to like walk down through each of these aisles and try and get a better look, over time you would find somebody. It's just a matter of whether you want to take the time to do that or find some other way to go about it.
I can go ahead and find somebody. And Zedri's gonna do that thing, like when you have to go to the bathroom at the theater and you're like, excuse me. He's like, what is the way? I'm so sorry. Excuse me, pardon me. And he is going to like keep on pushing forward to the best of his ability, to find somebody.
Yeah, as you go down through the different, as these like semicircles that keep on getting smaller and smaller as you get closer to the front, about halfway, 2/3 of the way up, you get to an individual that does look familiar. It's a cat. There was the cat folk that was walking right behind Master Artemis as they were exiting.
Excuse me. Could I have your assistance, please?
She finishes up her prayers and just, yes, what can I do for you?
We were looking to seek an audience with Master Artemis. I talked with him yesterday. I saw you there. My name's Zedri. It's nice to meet you. And Zedri like starts to put out his hand, but then he will immediately pull back. Like, just taking into account the kind of the vibes of this place. Maybe it's not best to do a handshake here.
She gets up from her kneeling position and, oh yes, you were the friend of Xanathi. Master Artemis filled us in as to everything you'd spoken about. I imagine he's probably still in his quarters. I can take you there.
Yes, I do have my group with me. One's over there, and he's gonna try to like point out Vault. He probably has to like stand a little bit higher to like be able to point him out. And then the rest of my group is over there, and he's gonna like wave them and like to come over.
Nice keyboard. Mouse pad.
All right, do you guys all regroup?
Yeah, if I'm seeing him kind of flagging all this down, I think my passive perception is probably high enough to see that.
As most people are all kneeling, the guy standing kind of waving, it's pretty obvious.
All right, cool. Yeah, I will gather with everybody.
So this is I'm so sorry, I didn't get your name.
That would be. I did not offer that. I'm sorry. My apologies. Yes, Okoth.
What was the name, DM?
I'll type it in the stream chat.
That sounds great. Thank you.
If I can type.
No typing
Not
allowed.
Ojoth. Okoth.
Only beans.
Manga Oka. And she's gonna take us back to audience with Master Hawk.
Yes, it'd probably be best if we get out of the worship space, let people to their prayers. Just follow me. And she goes, just like heads straight towards the fountain at the front. And like going around the altar, you get to walk past this fountain that has, again, a very like tentacle design to things. That the little fonts that are pouring out are these tentacles coming off of the main basin. And then the water's coming out of the end of each of the tentacles. And then at the top is a statue of Briora, like holding out a trident up above, like kind of in a reaching pose. And takes you back to some doors at the back of the room, and slowly and quietly tries to open the door, because you can gather that about everything echoes in this large marble worship space. And she just like motions for each of you to go through so that she can close the door behind you, and clearly not trusting that any of you will close it quietly.
I would like to be as stealthy and silent as possible, to be respectful.
Give me a stealth check, just because.
Yes.
We like to roll dice.
Hey, look at that. It's a 21.
Yeah. One thing I'll do here, just since we're having technical difficulties on the Ernie end, I'm going to clear out ownership on Kiesel, and Alfred, you can grab them both, so you guys can roll from that side.
Double.
So if you go and click on the character tab, you should be able to claim Kiesel now.
Yes.
Hey, there we go.
Probably don't need push.
I like the tag team Etten style over here, so.
There you go.
All right, so leads you back, ushers you through. If you guys all head through, then she'll go and just like quietly pull the big door shut behind and lead you back through a pretty, compared to the complexities of how things were set up and all the very obvious, water features that were set up out front. Get back here and it's just like a dormitory that just going down the hallway. Everything's boring light blue paint on the walls, little simple doors, very, very Spartan. And it just takes you down about 3 doors before she goes and just like quietly knocks on the door. Master Artemis, the individual, Zedri, right? Zedri?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Zedri from Ashmain is here with his friends to speak with you. Is that okay if I send them in? Yeah, that would be fine. He opens the doors after saying this and just kind of ushers you into this small 10-foot by 10-foot room that has a bed in the corner, a little small altar, and some hooks on the wall for hanging robes and things like that. And so he's just got his bag in the corner and this little very simple. You had better accommodations where you've been staying than he has here, but he doesn't need much. He's a monk. He's happy wherever he can be. So he just kind of motions. I'm sorry, I don't have chairs for everyone, but just make yourself comfortable. Whatever I can do for you.
Yeah, I guess he's gonna like look amongst the party we should do introductions.
I would like to I don't think we met yesterday. My name is Kiesel. And we let me we didn't know Deirdra for very long. But we were with her when she disappeared for a time. That's how we met her as well. No, my understanding that she had gone missing for about 30 years, 40 years.
It's what I've been told as well. I hadn't had contact with her for a good 30 plus years.
Yeah, that's we're. I don't know how this is going to come across, but we are the reason that she was able to return home. I know this might sound out of pocket, but that is where we met her. Now, I don't know if with the resources that are available, but we believe this was to be done by the entity known as the Dreamer. I don't know if there's something that you would be familiar with, but that is certainly how we met each other. We met the whole party, actually. Barton, Ivana, the other ones.
Yeah.
Didn't meet the whole party. Some of them died.
We met part of the party. What was left of them was alive. And I'll just kind of look at this guy with the straightest face, just the most sincere, I am telling the truth face, as hard as I can.
Well, I didn't know much about her adventuring career. That wasn't something. That was after our time together. So I wouldn't know much of her friends, anybody she would have been with. I mean, I appreciate that you helped her get home. I'm a little bit confused. I said the Dreamer.
Master Artemis, Voltavius V of House Varhid. A pleasure to meet you. Blessings of the Tide. Yes, we met each other in a bit of, maybe, how do you say this? Is it magical limbo space? I'm not really, it's not my specialty to move the weave, so to speak, but we met her, and it would be absolutely crucially helpful if you could tell us anything you remember about her before her disappearance. Maybe last whereabouts, maybe even her final contracts she took, or adventures before disappearing.
I'm sorry, son. I'm not probably the best person to talk to about something like that, but I mean, she was affiliated with the Granite Ravens. I mean, we grew up kind of idolizing what they did. They're still pretty new when we were children, but I would imagine any information on her party or her contracts or anything that she was on a mission with. I have a hard time believing she was on any missions a couple months ago.
We probably should explain, and I'm gonna look at the rest of the party, and specifically eye contact, kind of passing from Kiesel, Alfred, Zedri, Yarfredir, across Salinas, everybody, just making sure no one's do not. But if I'm not getting any hesitancy.
I believe that we are here to speak with you about Xanathy, though, correct?
It's kind of intertwined. I mean, this is gonna sound weird, but bridging generations, Xanathy would have been there at the same time as Teacher.
Xanathy would have. Well, that's the thing. It's actually nowhere. Your body stays in material, in the space that you occupy, but your mind, your consciousness, your dream state is in this. I don't know. It was very otherworldly. But when we had escaped with Deirdra, Yvonne, everybody, we had woken up hundreds of miles where we thought we were.
I'm gonna pull out my notebook while he's talking.
Um,
Open the right page.
I'm sorry. I just kind of like lean. Zedri, I'm assuming you're one of the ones closer to him. He kind of just leans in, like, just gives a very casual sniff to try and pick up alcohol in your breath.
I would like
Zedri
to, if he isn't within a reach, I would like to grab Vault, grab his ear, and show off the branding that he has, like that tattoo that he had showed me. I just want to grab him real quick, bend the ear, and just be like, "Does this look familiar to you? Is this nothing I've ever seen? This is a
Sorry,
marking."
I'm terribly confused. I mean, are you putting me on telling fairy tales
Not.
and dream, like going off in weird magical limbo land and going on missions and with 90-year-old women? This.
I wish it was just stories or a dream. Do you know of any?
I think that we have gotten a little bit off track.
Do you know anywhere they have
Zedri told
tents?
us that
for
you would be
200 people?
interested in perhaps moving Xanathi back to Acifist Monastery, try and provide treatment for her there.
Okay, I'm gonna back up a second because I think Jofridir had started talking,
Oh,
and maybe you can't
sorry.
hear him under and their
No, it's whenever Jeff goes to his phone and then comes back, I can't hear what he's saying.
This stuff is weird. Your friend just asked, have you noticed or heard of any? I suppose we woke up in a tent, and there were others, and many others, and they were all asleep. I suspect they were stuck in the same place we were. Do you know of any such places where there's just many people sleeping for no reason?
No, I mean that doesn't ring a bell with me. I'm confused. What you talked about the dreamer? I mean
That
that's
is-
fairy tale around these parts, but I haven't heard that since
you-
I was.
Could you tell us
Oh.
the origin of this fairy tale? Where did you first hear it?
Oh, it's just something that
Is it
Mother told us
regional and
when we were just
specific?
wee lads about if we didn't go to bed on time, the dreamer would bring us bad dreams, and just it's an old fairy tale. But I mean, are you
Roll a
folk?
history check on
That's the same story, because you were the only one that recognized the name of the dreamer the first time you dealt with it. That it was the fairy tale from your childhood too.
that? Correct.
But I mean, this weird magical limbo land thing.
I imagine this is a
I
lot
don't mean
to
to
take in.
doubt you at all.
Does he doubt us though? Wait, he says that, but he seems
That's
just being
bullshit,
polite
dude.
right now.
I mean, we just did barge into his room like, yo, you ever heard of this magical bullshit before? Also, your friend who's dead, we knew her better than you did.
We're just trying to backtrack so hard right now.
It's not gonna work. I'm so sorry. We're in too deep.
The fact that he recognizes the name.
I mean, I'd heard of like I said, I haven't heard that name in so long, and this, I imagine such a thing's possible as this weird magical limbo land. I don't want to doubt what you're saying. It seems a little bit.
If we
Bear with me,
bring-
it seems a little bit strange.
If
Yes, it does,
no,
doesn't
I understand. It was very strange to be a part of. It was like different cartoon characters and a revolving door every time. There's a little person, there's a really short person, then there's another person, and then there's a guy with his mom. It was very confusing to live through. But if we are able to transfer the care of Xanathy to under your supervision or somebody else, they will find her in a similar state that we're describing. She is asleep. She's not dead. Um, she's probably aging. They might want to check on her toenail growth because if that still progresses biologically, then
30 years of toenails.
But the point still stands. She's alive. She's asleep.
That's very distressing, and he just like puts
I
his
can
hands
be
on his head, like trying to like. This is early. This is a lot to take in early in the morning.
If I can be completely honest, I am very lucky that I come from Ashton, and the idea that the Gardens of Brior are sitting there in the middle of this ashen, for what it's worth, wasteland might seem like a fairy tale to others. So the fact that we're coming in here and we're telling you all of this in confidence, the reasoning behind it is because you are one of the few people, you are debatably the first person that we've all agreed we can confide in. You knew Xanathy, you knew Cybil, you knew Deirdra, and I'm sure that you know so many other people. In transferring Xanathy into the care of the Asaphist Monastery out in Ashmain is without a doubt a direction I would like to take. But please move past the idea that these seem like childish fantasies, and actually the fact that we had to go through a very traumatic, kind of eternal nightmare that luckily we made it out of. And if I'm being completely honest, I don't even remember a lot of it. And I had to read something that I wrote, and then I gave it to him, and he points over at Vault. So it's a whole mess of things. But
I hate to put it like this. We would be like, if we told anybody else, they would think we're crazy, and we have kind of held this very closely to us. This is, like you said, something very equally traumatic that we've all experienced.
Back to us. Who was back in? To talk about helping Xanathy. The churches of Priora and Aurora are currently coordinating in looking into her condition, this magically induced coma that is stuck in this dream. And to clarify, which wasn't done before, we did not meet Deirdra as a 90-year-old woman and go on an adventure with her. The reason she was missing for 30 years is that she was also trapped in this place. That's why we met her not a month ago.
It seems a lot to take in, but the Deirdra we met was much younger.
That's spot on there.
If
Time
you
in
would like
there-
to-
Persuasion with advantage there, Zedri, from your plea before.
oh, persuasion with advantage.
That was such a team effort, y'all.
It was definitely a team effort.
Wait,
Time
no, I
there
want to make the roll.
passes quite odd.
This is 30-20.
This is still pretty good.
Yeah. All right. Because you are a friend of one of my students, I'm gonna take a leap here. You've chosen to take that leap with me and trust me with some information. I will take the leap that you are not all trying to pull the craziest practical joke I have ever been part of, and that you are being sincere. And I will say that I don't fully understand everything you're telling me. I don't really know much to help you, but I would be willing to vouch for you with the Grand Master at the monastery if you were to seek information there, it's possible that they may know more, but it's not something I've ever come across in my studies. To the degree I can, I could speak to the High Priestess here. They are a fairly small temple. I don't imagine they would have much in the way of knowledge of this type of a being or type of a world that you traveled to, or honestly any of this. But I could put in a good word to maybe get you an audience with her. High Priestess Cerelia is fairly knowledgeable, I mean, at least in the local area. I'll do what I can. I will look into this as well, but I'm sorry I'm not much help on the front end. This is, aside from knowing the basic fairy tale of the dreamer, this is quite a foreign concept to me, all of this. And obviously, when it comes to Xanathy, we would do everything we could to attempt to, I guess, wake her from this slumber.
So I'm sure if you, like I had said before, if you want to corroborate our story with the Auroran and Brioran churches in Expels, they will describe we have the same things and the symptoms that humanity is facing, or what we are describing.
I trust that. I trust you're being honest with me. It's a lot to take in, but I don't feel I need to corroborate anything in order to give you my word that I'll do whatever I can to help you in this investigation. As far as I'm concerned, the libraries at the Asaphus Monastery are open to you for anything that you need to do research-wise, and I will do everything in my power to aid you in attempting to find out exactly what befell my former student and where you all spent time with Deirdra.
Here's one thing that you can do. That would be a little bit more immediate. We attended the wake yesterday, and there is a worry amongst the group that that the little tattoo that you saw on the back there, Deirdra, could have possibly had one too. We, of course, were not going to go ahead and desecrate the body, but we were wondering if maybe the funeral rites, the monks and clerics who had a hand in that, if maybe they recalled anything. I don't know how in depth your reviews of bodies are.
I wouldn't be very knowledgeable in that, but again, I could talk to the High Priestess. She'll be performing the ceremonies tomorrow. She would know of any oddities that were discovered during prepping of the body before the viewing. I can speak with her on your behalf if you wish, or like I said, I can do what I can to get you an audience with her yourself.
That is ever so kind of you, Master Artemis, and I hope that we all are showing our deep, sincere appreciation for both listening to us and your offer for help. I feel it would be prudent of us to offer our services to you should there be anything that that we may be able to do for you particularly, or for the Church of Briora.
I mean, I don't have any needs, but I will definitely keep that in mind in the future. As stated, I will do everything I can to help you And as I mentioned to you last night, Cedri, I think it might be best if you bring Xanathy to the monastery. She has many dear friends there that would do everything they can to help with this, whether directly or through research, through healing, whatever they can possibly do. But yeah,
Well, then
I'm sorry, this is still a lot to take in.
no, I completely understand. In that case, the other thing that you could do for us to, expedite that process is you write a letter we could take back with us, deliver to the monastery in Six Bells, saying that we are going to collect Sanity and take her to the Acifist monastery.
Certainly, I'd be happy to do that. It's not a problem. Okoth, where'd she go? I'll track her down and get something for you. Where can I track you down? Will you be staying in the temple for a bit, or are you heading elsewhere for business? Believe you mentioned staying in an inn, maybe, or maybe you have other accommodations. So where can I get this to you?
Diesel? Yes, Master
Where
Artemis.
is
Yes. And we'll explain the tavern and everything.
All right.
If I might trouble you for something a bit more mundane than this supernatural business. Recently, I had requested that a few troubled souls seek refuge here in the church. I'm wondering if you have noticed any new devotees in the last day or so.
I don't know all the people that work here
That's fair.
or worship here, so I'm sorry, I'm not much help with that.
No problem. Do you know who I could speak to about new clergy members?
Imagine if you...
Could Okoth handle that?
yeah, I can probably have Okoth check on that. Is there anything in particular you need to know?
Well, I'm just wanting to make sure that the two who promised that they would repent their evil ways made their way to the temple. Their names would be Z and Tylisha, and I'll give them a description of the two people pretty accurately.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll look into this. I'll check on that. That just take me a moment. Go out and enjoy the temple or whatever. Just give me a moment. I'll track down wherever.
Thank you very much, Master. And I will give another big, very humble bow.
Then he'll just like bow his head, just kind of like that quarter bow.
Right.
Is there anything else I can do for you? Otherwise, I'll go track down Okoth to check into that.
Yeah. Are you planning on giving any sort of eulogy at the service tomorrow?
No, that's it's not apparently the custom around here. They don't do very much of that. It's mostly, from what I gather from talking to High Priestess, it'll be a processional through town of Deirdre's body, as well as several of the nobles and dignitaries that have arrived. We will be marching in that processional. Myself, the other monks that traveled with me from Acifist, as well as was supposed to be a monk from the Vasabin monastery from Cloudrest, and as well as I believe there were going to be some from the others, not people that I'm necessarily familiar with, but I imagine there'll be quite the contingent of clerics and members of the Granite Ravens. Other people that she touched during her life will probably join in the processional. And I imagine you're welcome to join in if you so choose. Otherwise, you can just view it. They'll go through a large part of the town, come to the temple, and then the actual funeral rites will be performed in the grand temple die out front that I imagine you noticed coming in. That's where the ceremony. It's a pretty short ceremony. They'll prepare her body to be set off onto the river, and then she'll be set into the river. And while the raft that she's put on will be lit on fire, so that she'll just steadily move off to the ethereal realm. It's been the custom here for quite some time. I imagine that that's pretty much what they will stick to. That's what I recall from all those years ago growing up here.
Oh, goodness. I would remiss the opportunity to ask you this question. Master Artemis, did Miss Arpad have any enemies in life?
Oh, I'm sure she had plenty in the adventuring world.
Any that stand out to you?
Nobody that I know. I didn't know anybody that would have been an enemy of her. I hadn't seen her in quite some time.
Very reasonable.
We'd had touch before she disappeared 30, 35 years ago. But more so, we spent time as children. We spent some time training before we both went our separate ways. She went north to the Vospin. I went south to the Aesophis, and we corresponded, sent letters, but not anything that she would have shared enemies.
Surely.
She went
Dan,
to
would
the
I
Lost
know that
Temple?
monastery, where that is located, the north one?
He just mentioned it as being it's in Cloudrest, so
Okay, that's the Cloud Rest one? Okay.
yeah.
Cool. So that's another lead. Thank you so much.
This individual from the Vossabin, do you know their name by any chance? So that we can start on
Brother
maybe more
Rutherford.
Thank you.
Did she have any other allies or close friends or anyone we may be able to follow up with? We're trying to puzzle this together and make sure that the fate that befell her and ourselves does not get shared amongst the general population.
Honestly, I'd say you're probably your best bet for trying to track down that kind of information is going to be to talk to, I believe it's Mistress Gatasu over at the Granite Ravens, or anybody over there probably would have some knowledge. Probably steer towards the older elements, being as she's been missing for this time, but somebody over there should probably be able to put you in contact with anybody she would have had more recent relations with. Like I said, my time with her was much more during childhood than
Of course.
these later years. Definitely not as recent as a month or so, as you stated.
It is very strange, and you have been both kind and compassionate with us, and I do very much appreciate that. I believe we are we all finished? And I'll look at the rest of the group. I would hate to take up your time more than necessary.
I'll just give like a subtle bow of my head to kind of sign off on that.
Okay.
How is he standing right now? Is he like just standing with like his hands beside him, or
Artemis, he's going and looking for, just stepping over to the side to grab his walking stick to go looking for Okoth. So he's pretty much similar to his image, kind of hands at the side.
the Drew will walk over and just like softly tap him on the shoulder, just to not like scare him, and just say, "I know you said that you really only had communication with Deirdra whenever you were kids, but I mean the Deirdra that we met, she had a real fire about her, and you're real lucky to have somebody like that in your life, and we're gonna figure out what happened."
She was a good person, one of the good ones. The world's a little bit darker.
He'll give his quarter bow, say "Lessons in the Tide," and then start like
I'll track
slowly
down
trying to walk out with folks.
He just goes down the hallway, just kind of like looking, checking every single room, trying to find out where Okoth went off to. But all right, after 5 minutes or so, comes back with Okoth returns. You don't see Master Artemis again, but which one of you was looking for the catfolk and the elven woman?
That would be me. No, gonna like try to stand up as tall as possible.
Yes, I've done some checking. Nobody knows who these people are. I'm
course.
sorry. I mean, they might be somewhere around. I mean, it's pretty busy here the last couple
Potentially
days.
lost on their way. Thank you very much. I do appreciate
Yeah,
that
maybe.
information. It's just a small question. It seems as though on our way into Airguard there was a group of brigands kind of guarding access to the town. Do you know anything about this? Maybe where the unsavory types might spend time?
I mean, I don't know a lot about the town. I haven't been back here in quite some years, but back when I was younger, growing up here, I mean, like, are you talking like brigands? Or are you talking about more so?
Oh yes, brigands. The more illegal, uncouth.
I mean, like unorganized versus organized.
Oh, is there a difference here? Is there not
right.
much of a presence?
Oh yes, there's very much a difference here.
I would like information on both if possible. it's
I
not
mean, if you're
too much
looking for
trouble.
people that are kind of just robbing people on the road, I would probably check the taverns in Minstrel Row or Traders Avenue. If you're looking for somebody a little bit more connected, if you understand what I'm meaning,
Of course.
the Emerald Enclave, but you're gonna need to have some connections to get in there. I don't advise it.
Of course. I'm probably a bit well dressed for that environment.
No, I wouldn't say that's probably going to be the problem. I would say it's more so a matter of it's a bit. You notice the gates getting into this part of town.
Yes, I'm
coming
quite
back.
curious.
Yes.
Is there a story?
Open gates, nice thing. In Emerald Enclave, no open gates. You're going to need to have a way to either bribe your way in, sneak your way in, or somehow make connections to get somebody to get you in there.
Wonderful. I do appreciate
I would
that
imagine if
information.
you're looking for somebody that robbing people on the road, that is not likely going to have anything to do with that group. I would say check the taverns.
Thank you very much. I'll keep my eyes open.
That would probably be a good idea.
Okay. A bit of a bow there, and then I will take my leave.
And I will, Master Artemis said, drop off a letter to the Night Seal Inn.
Yes. That
Yes,
is
I will get that to you before the end of the day.
lovely, lovely. Thank you so much. Never showed up.
She'll do her quarter bow and just kind of like head off to go find wherever Master Artemis disappeared to.
I'll lean into Volt and just go, better look next time, I guess.
Everyone deserves a second chance. Maybe not a third.
No, most definitely. Maybe like a chance and a half. But if
It's
anything,
like-
in the world that we all live in, the second chances are very hard to come by if your head doesn't get chopped off by a fire sword. So,
It
there's
really
a very,
feels-
I will admit it's a very noble thing to do, but movable objects in nature, something I don't know. You know what I mean.
Thank you. I do appreciate that. It's actually a bit makes me feel better. Thank you.
I really think that they were sort of on their fourth chance already, but
Well, we came out of that house not asking questions in a lot of facets. So I say that we just wrap it up. We We deal
done the
with
best
whoever
we
we
can.
have to run into tomorrow. Exactly.
So, to the Granite
I
Ravens
think
then.
the house quite
Just
quite
saying more
hurt
that is
and a lot more than we went in.
sure.
Yes, I've got this now, and I'm gonna like jiggle again with my little crossbow, like woo.
Yeah, I was just more saying,
Simple.
using this as a lesson for the future. That is all I was saying.
All right, you guys heading Oidar Precinct, Granite Ravens.
I would like that.
All right. Well, before we do
wait.
that, why don't we take a quick break and then we'll pick up with anything on the travel over. So
Whoop whoop.
why don't we take a quick 5-minute break? This is where we would have our lovely "Be Right Back" screen, but we had some technical difficulties today. So,
I'm
Next
looking to
time,
build
we'll have
one
that.
right now. We'll see if I can build it on the fly here.
but anyway, we're gonna just take a quick 5-minute break for those of you watching live, watching on demand. Most of us will duck out. A couple of us will probably stick around to talk about mundane or just strange and odd things on this nice Thanksgiving Eve special edition. And we'll be back in about 5 minutes for full session. So.
Welcome, everybody, to the mid-session intermission.
Yeah.
Let's see if I can find. I'm trying to find the BRB thing we used before.
The image?
Yeah, I had saved it on my computer. I just gotta find it.
Or otherwise, I can send it to you again.
Overlay.
If that'd be quicker.
Maybe. The thing is that
It's easy for me to find. So.
yeah. Why not? Just send it to me on Discord or something, real quick.
Intermission screen.
Oh, I found it. I think.
Oh, just as I send it.
Because nice. It was called int screen, and I was like, it was,
Yep.
yeah, okay, we got it. We'll put it on here in just a moment. You know what? I found a. Oh, we could test the effects between scenes. Oh boy, let's try this. See what happens. Oh my goodness, the fire section works. Woo, that's cool.
Woo!
All right,
Ooh, boy.
wasn't that cool?
Blue fire.
Right? I'm telling you, man. Listen, got some cool stuff going on here. Unfortunately, you guys at
It went
home
blue fire to
and
a
on.
black screen.
Yeah, right. This is an unfortunate time for those folks at home, but don't worry, we're not going anywhere. We're still here. You're not crazy. It's just voices right now. It's like a little radio broadcast. Where did I see?
I'm kind of enjoying the the Alfred Kiesel
Yes.
tag team up in the window is pretty nice.
Agreed.
Yeah. I am going to like to say he's just gonna stop people because the our pad estate is right here already.
Yeah, it'll be right on the way to head
Yeah.
to the Granite Ravens. You're gonna go right past it again, so
Yeah, he's gonna try and stop and drop off a letter.
no problem.
Would that be like a normal thing? Just like say leave a
You
note
give him a
at like
sympathy
a
card?
no like leave like a note at an estate for someone. That's a way.
I mean, if it's something that you expect somebody to be traveling to there at some point, then yeah, that's reasonable. Where you don't have addresses, and especially when you're dealing with people that you don't 100% know where they're going to be, it's as good as anything to try and get it to somebody. Go in and leave it with the postmaster and say, hey, take it to this town, and hope somebody comes and picks it up sometime.
That's true.
There we go.
We know nobody's picking up Deirdre's letter, so. Hey, there we
There
are.
it is. Took a second. And they'll have blue flame to go back when we come back out of break. Ooh.
Flashy.
It's interesting
Is
that
that the flame of sandwich?
the sandwich flame. Listen, that was a fire sandwich. It's a good video. If you guys want to watch me eat a sandwich, what we're talking about, there's a YouTube video of it. Secret Space Pope eats a sandwich.
This is modern entertainment, folks.
Listen, it's
We can
great.
Watch people eat sandwiches.
I made the sandwich on stream too. It's not just eating
Okay,
it.
well that's a little bit
like
better.
we get to
The
talk about
making
the
this
ingredients. There's some tier list discussion about different condiments. By the way, bacon bits really severely underrated in the sandwich condiment tier list. Hidden OP, you know. Oh my goodness. I am really glad that we had that nice little help advantage to get Artemis on our side. We did not plan our conversation with him well, which is, you know, par for the course for us, but it went well. Good job to the team. None of us smelled like alcohol, so that was a bonus.
Oh, that's just the Overeater's natural smell.
Just how he sweats. He just sweats out bourbon. Actually, you're more like an ale guy, right? Like Joffrey.
Yeah, ale, mead.
Ale mead. Ooh, mead. That's clean. That's classy stuff. I wonder what type of like magical beekeepers there are. Do you think they're like druids of the swarm who make mead?
Oh, dude, that's all I can think about. That's a perfect conversation for us to come back to, bro. Dude, I love that, dude. It's like, what are the beekeepers doing? Because you have these like magical, not magical, like different like fauna and plants and shit that are used to making healing potions and other stuff. So it's like, where's this like wax and oil coming from?
Right. All those
Magical
ingredients.
beekeepers. It's like industrialized. They probably are hired for like big potion or something.
Oh God.
It's the world's Friar Tuck.
Yes. All right. Also, I want to do a quick theory conspiracy regarding last week's session going into this week because it might come into play. I have a theory that dinosaur got lifted by that green dragon. Remember when we talked to the Granite Raven kid, he was like, "Oh yeah, you know, there was like a spike tail that went missing. All we found was it's like blood splatter on the ground."
Huh?
Right? So like what else could disappear one? I know we had this conversation after stream, but still, this was like I thought would be a really fun one to have in intermission time. Do you think it's dragon? Where do you think the dinosaur went? I don't think Chuck got him. You know what I'm saying?
Chuck's collecting spike tails.
Bruh, that would be nutty.
Charles Reamer. Yeah.
Get some like saddles on them, and suddenly it's like dead adventurers and dinosaurs that we have to fight at the end game. That would be pretty badass, actually. No cap. But seriously, what else do you think could have taken one of those out of town? Because we're kind of going that direction. That's like the same side of town we're going to be heading. You know.
I guess we'll find out on the flip side, huh?
God, right?
I think Green Dragon is definitely a thought.
Something got to be big enough to grab it, right? I mean, how else does something leave blood but no torso or body?
Like a big bird with talons to rip through flesh and then
Right?
leave.
Rock. A rock.
Oh
is
yeah,
in
an
my-
hawk. Yeah. Big ass eagles and stuff.
Mm,
Hmm?
Spitzen are the
Merspitzen.
ones. That's the one that we saw on the
That's
sea,
the-
right?
that's the
And
water.
Merblitzens are the ones that stay on the coast.
Yeah, but they only stay on the. That's where they nest too.
Yeah.
Yeah, they live in the sea, but nest on the shore.
Are there land piranhas?
Land piranhas?
Yeah, I don't know. Just like piranha things that are just on land. I don't know. They just eat things
Plenty
real
of things
fast.
that have sharp teeth and just eat things real fast on the ground.
Well, I mean, like, okay, so the reason I'm asking that is, like, piranhas are notorious for, like, picking a corpse clean quickly, right? So is there, like, a pick corpse clean quickly mouthy
I think
hunger
you'd still have
pack
a
thing?
skeleton in this particular instance, though.
Oh, there was a skeleton left
frogs.
behind? Okay.
No, you would have had
Oh,
a
you-
skeleton left behind if they
I
picked the
mean-
corpse glue.
What if they
Yeah.
ate the bones? Marrow's got some nutritional value. I'm just saying. I like bone marrow. Tasty.
Slurp it off the bone. No. Oh my god.
You guys don't eat bone marrow? Now I'm learning a
On
weird
that
now.
note,
It depends.
we'll
Like,
come back
I
from
don't just like to
intermission.
have a whole mouthful of it, but like, yeah, I'll have some of it.
Yeah,
Like,
you just chew on a bone now and then, you know?
All right. We're going back to rejoin the session here. So, nice little cool blue fire going on there. All right. So, leaving the temple, heading back generally in a westward direction out of Pantheon Sphere, will lead you. That's a decision. You can head towards Parkside, or you can head back up north to take the next street over, which would take you past House Arpad and take you back the way that familiar territory.
As much as
into
it'd be
Traders
cool to
Avenue.
walk through the park, I think it would be better for us to get that letter dropped off, and then I can also go through. We would take Traders Avenue, right? That'd be the other option, pretty much, to go west.
Yeah, basically, you're either going to go Traders Avenue out past House Arpad, or you're going to go straight out into Parkside.
I would lobby for the Traders Avenue because I want to see if I can buy a quick coat for Alfred. As we go through.
As we're walking, Zidra would actually just like mention to everybody. I just want to be completely clear. We went to the temple together. I mean, that one I kind of roped you all into it. But this Granite Ravens one, do we all necessarily need to go?
There's a reason not to. Just the advantage in it.
Oh, I was just thinking. I mean, there's some other things that I was hoping to do today, and we could do it afterwards. That's fine. But by the same metric, I still have struggles remembering some of those things. And if we're out here asking questions about all of Deirdre's team and everything, I mean, the 3 people who remember are probably the best for that, right?
Go on. I'm interested to see where you're going with this.
No, that's it.
Oh,
I would suppose. So, I mean, if we have the most amount of people to paint the most coherent, aligned story, I do think that would be probably in our better interests.
Okay. I mean, it can wait. That's fine. I just
is there something?
want to make sure that we're all in for this one.
I find that there's no problem for me to be there, but if you think that we should split or use our time more effectively, I'd be very interested in your perspective.
I mean, effective use of time isn't exactly our thing, but it's a nice thought.
I mean, there were other things that we were wanting to do, right? Literally, I think you were saying you wanted to go to the Druid area, Druid's Gate. I mean, Volt wanted to try out his crossbow.
I imagine there's probably a way to do that with the Granite Ravens. So that's 2 birds with 1 stone.
I would like to see what sort of ops are available. No. So I think splitting up is not a bad plan.
Oh, right. Well, then, if I'm heading to the Granite Ravens, who would like to come with me?
I'll definitely come with you. I mean, I probably have to. Well, it might be helpful to show you like different things about the crossbow.
I would very much appreciate that.
So then, who would be going to talk? I guess I would be one of them. I kind of look for the rest of the group.
Would you like to come with us to speak with the Granite Ravens, or would you prefer to go maybe with Zedri to the Druid's Grove? I feel like that's the direction we're splitting. Is that am I reading the room correctly?
I did want to take Yofridia with me if at all possible.
Wonderful. Well, that's a very safe group. Salinas, do you think you can keep them in line?
If you would like me to come with you, I can. Like I had before, I think perhaps I would like to stop by some of the shops around Like anyone would like me to pick anything up while we are here?
Tag along with Zedri and Salinas.
So me and Alfred going to the Granite Ravens. Let's go. Buddy cop time.
All right, so Alfred Vault to Granite Ravens.
Team clergy.
Zedri, Jofredir, Kiesel, and Salinas, or Zedri, Jofredir, Kiesel heading to Druid's Gate? Salinas said something about picking something up, so I didn't know if that was a different place.
Well, I was sort of asking Zedri if you wanted me to come along.
Zedri is flustered. This is horrible. Worst case scenario for sure. Because Zedri will just be like, I mean, listen, you've gone off on your own before, and I mean, we've kind of lost you for a bit, but I trust you. How about we stop walking, and if anything catches your eye, then you can go ahead and go to it.
It's more of I'm not window shopping. I have some sort of set things I'm looking for. Like I said, if you need me to pick up any other materials for you, anyone, I'm happy to do that.
DM, real quick, to answer this question, I do want to ask us a specific thing about magic. I am not consuming those Eyes of Newt. Do I have to keep buying more of those every time I cast Hex?
Mm-mm.
It's just I have to have them in my possession and use
Correct.
them as part of the spell. Cool, cool.
Yep.
Then I don't need to buy any, then I have nothing else. Excellent.
No, you just stick that little eye of Newt out. And
Eye power!
hex you.
I'll hex you, yes.
Very well done.
That raises the question: does the eye of the newt, does that desiccate and like does that become nothing over time? Is that like
They're
Depending
petrified.
on how well
They're
preserved
petrified,
it
yeah.
is.
There should be petrified Eyes of Newt, so they'll be just little rocks. Kind of like gallstones or something. Oh wow, that sounds gross.
All right, so by show of hands, who's going to the Granite Ravens? Okay. Who's going to Druid Gate? Okay. And Salinas is
Solo?
on his own. Okay.
Nice. We got the Smarty Party going to
You
the
know
Granite
what?
Ravens.
Just because it'll make it easier for me. Roll initiative, folks, for who gets to go first.
My brain was looking for initiative in the skills section. Like, how do I do this? Why do I every single time it's like that's where I think it is, and it never is.
Oh, you're supposed to roll actual initiative. Well, I'm
two.
not going to re-roll.
Two.
I would love to, but
You're
it is
still going to be at the
2
bottom.
plus
so.
2. Yeah, it's 4. Makes me feel a little bit better.
Oh, that was so close to a
Hey.
20 there with that flaming dice.
All right. So. What's your modifier there, Zedri?
2. So
2?
4.
So 9, 23. All right. Granite Ravens first. I'm combining the numbers. So 24 for Vault and Alfred.
Whoop, whoop. Big numbers.
All right. So you guys would be heading. Whoever keeps moving my arrow here.
Not it.
Heading this way. And then up to the other side. Basically, you guys would all be splitting off at this point. So
Sure.
Salinas would be heading off towards Fortress Aragard direction. You guys going to Druid's Gate are going to head straight north. And those of you heading to Oidar will go through Parkside.
Sounds good.
So you make a nice, lovely, casual park stroll through this just massive park. I mean, it's lots of trees, benches, some statues of different things, mostly people you don't recognize. There's a few that are of the deities that kind of stand out to you as being, oh, hey, there's a Priora one, there's an Aurora one, things like that. Varying poses. There are off in the distance between the trees you can catch sight of. There are a couple, best guess, especially on Vault's end, mausoleums.
Nice. That's a
Very-
comforting sight.
Very few. There's not too many of them. And that's just based off of traditions here. Is most of it's going to be not burial, but there's a few. And eventually make your way out into the other side, unless you guys are going to stop in Parkside to try out the crossbow, since it's just mostly trees. There's people, but you could maybe find a little place to.
Oh, it's
test
so
things
tempting,
out.
but I'm gonna wait. I think the Granite Raven's
Okay.
gonna have like a dummy or something I could like shoot, like Skyrim style. Pew, pew.
So you make your way across Oidar Precinct. Not in the same vicinity of where Lady Katisha's house is. You end up on the far west side of town. Go past an inn out on that end, and then there's just a small, pretty modest Adventurers Guild hall that stone block, 2 stories tall, probably about 75 feet wide, and don't know how deep the building goes, but it's not a whole lot of grounds to it, so I'm not sure how much you're going to find as your training
Sure.
facilities and stuff like that. But out in front is some nice flags that have a red background and then a gray raven in a profile view. And on, there'd be 8 of them going across. There's like little setups like where a gargoyle would be, and instead it is a raven made out of granite that is carved and set up on top. And then they're also on the fence that goes out in front of the building. There's one on each to signify where you're at, that you're in the right location. Not a whole lot of activity out front. As you enter, quickly find a familiar face. Sitting at the front desk, or not sitting at the front desk, leaning against the front desk, and just like watching with anticipation that somebody's going to be coming in the door. And there is Sadler.
Yes. Sadler, hello. How are you on this wonderfully blustery day?
And we have a Sadler picture now. So
Oh my goodness, I am so
Oh,
excited to
yes.
see my boy. Look at that guy, dude! I told you he was charming. Look at that
So
guy.
he's just leaning up on the desk, and he's just like, his eyes light up as the 2 of you come walking in. It's like, oh, this is great. Did you guys like bring some jobs or some work to do? I've been waiting here all morning. Oh crap! I was supposed to do something, wasn't I?
Yes.
Um,
How is that job
yeah.
going? How is my gold investment?
Great. I'm looking into that. I'm going to check into that, and I will get right back to you on that. I'm sorry. It's been a busy morning. It's the world's worst lie. You don't need to insight check it. It's not convincing at all. He completely forgot.
That's fine. Listen, Sadler, it's fine, but I'm here for some information. Do you think you can help me?
I mean, I could probably, sure. I know some stuff. Sure. What do you need?
Well, I have a small list. I am looking to see, do you have a legendarium or any sort of hall of memories of previous accomplishments, jobs, even... let's start here. How far back do your records go?
I mean, I don't keep the records, but I mean, like, I've read a lot of them going back a ways, so they go ways. I can, maybe yeah.
Could you help us find
we could
someone who
probably-
would have that answer?
You perhaps know that person.
Oh yeah, we could do that. Are you pretty light-footed? I mean, we could probably sneak back there and nobody would know.
Why not? Let's try it.
Awesome.
Yeah, no, I think this would be something that we should do. I think that you're most suited for this. I don't think that I'm necessarily the best for being light on my feet.
Because you've been a little louder recently. Could hear you in the tavern. New boots.
Yeah, no, I'm just I'm a little bit more flat-footed these days. I think there's something messed up with my arch.
Okay, fair enough. We can have that looked at later. Maybe clean up your boots or something. Maybe there's a stone in there.
Yeah, like you could be the lookout. You want to like hang out here, like keep them distracted so that nobody.
Sadler, I hate to ask. You do work here, correct?
Yeah. I'm a member. Yep.
Where is this room? Just point me.
Alfred insight check him.
Literally, let's like both insight check that real quick. Fuck me.
Like a mutual raise of the eyebrow.
Yes. Why are we sneaking into this dude's office?
18. He's a member.
He's a member. All right, fair enough. And
He's a good
just
a roll.
as
It's an omission. He may be omitting things, but
Sure.
he's
a member.
a member.
He's probably on probation or some shit. Whatever. Yeah, let's just go with this. Lead the way, sir. I'm just gonna
I'll
handle
stay out here. I'm great at keeping. I'll very nonchalantly. It'll be great.
We'll be in
Alfred's
there.
gonna find like a corner.
In, out. We'll be right back. It's no problem. Just talk to anybody that comes along. See.
Someone asks where you went. What do I say?
Let's just
Latrine.
Latrine.
Okay, I got that.
If the centaur woman shows up, just leave.
Is she your boss?
Yeah. She kind of runs things around here.
Can I just
and-
speak to her instead? Is she not in
Oh, I
the
mean,
day?
Maybe you probably work some. But this would be a
Does she
lot more
like
fun.
you? Are you in trouble?
No. I mean,
Sadler,
she's up here. I'm just low level.
it is
Just getting
okay
started.
to say you don't know, and it is okay to not have all access and all powers yet. You're a young man,
Well,
you're growing,
sure.
and you're going to get there someday. Believe that.
Thanks. Yeah. I mean, gotta start somewhere.
So point me in the right direction, either to your manager or to this room. Either way.
I mean, I guess it's up to you. I can go see if I can get Mistress Katasu, but kind of fun.
Kind of fun. Oh God, it is. It is kind of fun. Let's go. Well, I'll talk my way out of this if it gets bad.
Just look over at you, Alfred, just like,
God, this is so stupid.
In this room that we're in,
Yeah.
how many entrances are there?
so it's about a 25 by 20 foot room. There's this desk sitting in the front, and then there's some benches and seats along the sides. But then there are 2 exits, one off the left, one off the right, and then, of course, the main door that you just came in.
2 left, 2 right, and then
One
one
to
that
the
we
left,
came in.
one to the right, and then the door
Okay.
you came in.
So 3 total.
Correct.
Okay, Alfred will take a long string, walk to each of the 3 entrances, place one alarm spell on each of them,
Yes!
and then walk out of the building.
Yes! Dude, the smarty party is at work.
All right. As you go and do this, as they go sneaking off to the left,
Okay.
the only sounds of activity you have in here all seem to be coming from the right. It seems pretty quiet to the left, and
Nice.
Sadler goes and just leads the way, like doing his best sneak.
Oh, boy.
He clearly does not have your skill set,
Not yet.
or at least not to that level yet.
No, he's got to work on it. All right.
Distinctively, he is a level 1 rogue.
Oh, what a
So-
cutie! He's only level
Oh.
1. He's just an advanced villager. I'm so proud of him.
So sneaking down the hall, and just like every once in a while, he'll go like snap the back up against the wall and like put his hand out.
Oh my god, I love the theatrics here.
Signals
So good.
heading down, sneaking down the hallway, and after about 3 or 4 minutes of going slow pace all the way down the hallway, your passive perception, you pick up that there's somebody walking down the hallway right behind you, just like watching you guys, curious as to you're sneaking.
Oh my
But,
god.
like,
Obviously down a hallway, just like creeping.
Sadler's
like
oblivious.
weirdos.
He has no idea there's anybody there. You know there's somebody there, and he just continues to like motion, sneak.
At that point,
down,
as
check
soon as
corners.
he's doing that, I'm just gonna change to just normal walking. I'm just gonna normal
Okay.
walk. Not even gonna sneak anymore. I'm supposed to be here. This is fine.
Yeah, so behind you is the person. As you glance back to where you picked up the sound of somebody walking up behind you, there is a goblin individual who's walking with a book, nose in a book. He doesn't even notice you. He's just been like staring at the book, and he walks right up onto you before he gets about 10 feet away from you before he realizes.
Wonderful. Is he
Oh,
taller than me? Just a real quick. The eye level? This would
Maybe.
be rare.
Yes. You're 3'5", right?
Yes, I am 3'5". I'm a big
He's
ass
3'6".
halfling. Oh, what
He's
a
got
big
your
boy! Oh. All right, cool.
Yeah, so you see this 3'6" goblin individual, blue eyes, kind of a. Oh, its pictures are better.
Oh my god, we get more pictures, more people.
The distinctive thing with him is that he has like a burn scar all over the top, basically top left quarter portion of his face.
Ooh. All right.
And he's reading his books. Oh, new. I don't recognize you. New person?
Hello, I am here to look at your records department. What book are you reading right now?
Oh, this just a spell book from the library. Just checking out, learning some new things.
Wonderful. You know, I've heard that in this line of work, there are a few cantrips that are absolutely just... You can't leave home without them. Do you happen to have any spell scrolls of green flame blade here?
Maybe.
Do you think you
probably
could
can go
check the
on that.
records
Yep.
and leave one for me at the front desk? I'd like to look at it.
Yeah, I mean, are you a member, visitor?
I am a patron. I've been purchasing services from your guild.
Oh,
Mr.
okay,
Sadler here is on contract.
Yeah, I will check with that. I'm not certain about like loaning things out.
Oh no, not to loan. I just want to look at how you're copying the incantations down. It's just a professional curiosity.
Yeah, I'll check into that. Yep. What's he doing?
Wave to him goodbye with a mage hand and walk away.
What?
Me and Sad. I'm just gonna kind of just usher Sadler. We're just moving here, bud.
You know, you're not supposed to be back here. You two together.
Yes, he is under contract with me to do a bit of work, and I needed to check your records. Is there a problem with this?
This is the one you're doing business with the guild.
Yes, Mr. Sadler.
Yeah.
He said he is a member in good standing. Is that correct?
He's a probationary member. He is still. Hey, I am working on it. I am trying to get that first job. I know I got to get the first job in order to actually get my full membership, but nobody will give me any jobs because I'm new. And this guy hired me. And to be honest, I haven't completed the mission yet, but I'm gonna get it done, and then I should be a member. Yeah, that's not how it works. You're gonna need to go. I'm gonna need to go talk to somebody.
Oh, sir, you know, I think that I am under a bit of a misunderstanding of how to hire your services here. Do you think you could help me? I am looking to find a bit of information in regards to a illustrious former member, Miss Arpad. I believe she had worked for you. Is that correct? I'm so sorry for the inconvenience here.
Yes, she was a member. That's a bit before my time, but yes, she was a member here. I mean, okay, is this what you hired him for? Is to get information? Because this is really not how this. Again, this is not how this works. You don't hire members to go get you information within the guild. That's a members only type thing. You're supposed to stay out front.
Sir,
you should know that.
What is your name again? Could you tell me? I'm sorry. My name is Voltavius V of House Varheed. I'm from Six Bells.
Yeah, I'm Fenton.
Fenton, a lovely name.
Yes.
Where do you hail from?
Thank you. Here, I am local. Sorry, you're. We gotta get this figured out. You're gonna need to come with me. I'm going to need
That
to
is
go
totally
talk to
fine.
somebody
Lead
in
the way,
charge.
Mr. Fenton. I am happy to purchase services in the most legal and ethical ways possible.
That's great. No offense to you, but you go first. You're not getting behind me. Out with you. Sadler just hands up, just kind of like walks his way out like a prisoner and heads out the front. All right. Go home. You'll be contacted if and when you can reapply for membership. You've been told once before you cannot do this. Get out. You, sir, I will look into getting somebody that could talk to you.
Mr. Fenton.
Are you wanting to talk to somebody, or are you just wanting to look at the...
I am here to solve quite a bit of a riddle in regards to the disappearance of one of your members about 30 years ago. Now, Mr. Sadler was under contract to perform a slightly different service, specifically to check in on a few of my employees to make sure that they are performing their services as intended. If there is a way that I can ease this over, and I'm going to just like slowly just kind of rub a few pieces of gold in my hand and just say, I would be very happy that Mr. Sadler is not negatively harmed for helping me here. Is there a way we could ease this?
Give me a persuasion.
Okay. Oh God, can I bribe Mr. Fenton the Goblin?
Maybe. I suppose, just this once, don't get any ideas. You can't keep doing this crap. But I can get you the forms to put this in as a legitimate request through the guild. I cannot promise anything as to what the mistress will have to say about this individual's transgressions, but that will at least clear a few things up.
Wonderful. I do appreciate it, and I would hope that Mr. Sadler is not negatively harmed for his business dealings here. I am, again, deeply sorry for any inconvenience that my presence has caused. And I will hand him the 5 gold and just hope to God this works. I'm gonna mage hand it over to him like classy style.
That's nice. That's nice. Yeah.
I'll mark that.
You're fine. You haven't done anything wrong. Issues with him. Just sit over there. You, pointing to Sadler. Just take a seat. Mistress will have words with you. All right. If you're looking into things from 30 years ago, jeez. It might be best that you talk to the mistress yourself. She's one of the few that's been around that long. I mean, it'd be that, or, I mean, you could probably talk to somebody else, but I don't know anybody else that's in right now that could help out with that. So I could put you in contact with the mistress if she's willing to see you.
If there's a way to organize a meeting, I'd be happy to wait a few, maybe an hour or so, or a bit if she's coming in today. If she is not going to be here today, then I will be in town for only a few days.
She's here. So she's the only one that's here that would probably be able to answer your question. And he goes and he like takes one of those gold coins you gave him and just kind of taps. And like, you seem to be a man of good standing, and if you wouldn't mind keeping an eye on your little friend here, make sure he doesn't go anywhere. The mistress is going to want to speak with him. I will go check with her and see if she is open to an audience. You said
Fenton. Yes.
Valtavius
the Fifth of House Varheed of Six Bells.
Yes.
Which I know this is quite a bit to ask, but could you just overlook Sadler's just foolishness?
Give me a persuasion with advantage.
Oh, come on, boy. Can we just not have everything that I do blow up in my face today? Oh, boy. Oh, boy. All right. Persuasion, advantage.
You stop trying to walk into places you're not supposed to be in.
I'm always being led. It's fine. It's fine. We're good.
His fate and anything that befalls him, that is up to the mistress. That's not for me to decide. It's for me to make sure that he doesn't go anywhere so that she has a chance to have words with him. Nothing horrible is going to happen to him. Just it's a matter of whether he's going to be able to get membership in the guild or not. This is not his first infraction.
I'm gonna take my cane and I'm gonna smack Sadler on the shoulder with it and say, I think that he has served his penance. And just like whack, and say, thank you very much, Fenton.
Like get a little smirk out of Fenton from the smacking him, and just like, I'll go check with the mistress. You just keep your eyes on him.
Yep.
All right, and he hurries back off to the right, and we will jump to Druid's Gate people.
First.
All right, you guys make your way north through the village, or through the city, through Traders Avenue, through Minstrel Row. The sleetish, almost to the point of getting to rain, falling on top of the mushy snow underneath. It is slow going and a bit of a mess, but you make your way across town, go past the Night Seal Inn, head back across the bridge to the north, and find yourself in Druid's Gate, which, as previously described, it seems to be more of a poorer part of town. More rundown buildings, very simple abodes, smaller houses, mostly built out of clay. On occasion, there's a few that are wood structures as well. And not too many people out on the street, given the sloppy conditions out there, but there are a few people moving about, more so as you go deeper, moving away from the main road and heading out towards the Bramblethorn. You see a little bit more activity, that there are people that are heading off into the woods and people coming back with wagons and pack animals, things like that, hauling what appears to be mostly lumber, felled trees, and there's some wagons that are carrying more herbs, but not a lot of that given the time of year. It's mostly just seeing lumber workers going back and forth.
As we are walking outside through this area, I want to turn to Zedri and mentioned that when you came from Ashmain was this like hellish landscape that some people would never imagine to exist. But is it true that there's like no sky there, or it's all just like ash? It's not like blue. Is it?
I guess you can see the sky whenever it's doing this, and he'll like point up like the sleet and everything. So akin to that, but it's a lot of gray. Sometimes I get stuck on things, but you kind of get used to it. I feel like I was maybe being a little more dramatic just to prove the point.
Oh no, I trust me. I'm the king of going 100 horses per second when it comes to very serious matters. I am not a hesitant to maybe overplay or make a point. So, but I was just curious about where you came from. That's all. You mentioned that is
Yeah, it's a lot different. I mean, even meeting the boat out in Salt Maiden was like a huge adventure for me because I really don't move out that much. But the Gardens of Briora, I mean, they definitely stick out like a sore thumb. So I guess I haven't been stuck in the ash for too long. That was always a nice little escape. Lots of greenery, water that was actually like clear. But yeah, I want to go back to the point that you said about something serious because there's actually a reason why I was going to Druid's Gate that wasn't just entirely personal. You're gonna get implicated in it since you decided to come along.
okay. So, oh no. Okay, well then, I just wanted to have this moment about the sky and shit. But what did I just get into?
Well, no. It's not anything bad for me. It's actually bad for someone else, which is the reason why it's so important. And I'll just and Zedri reaches into his bag and he'll pull out the Eye of Zephora that he has, with all of the like bits and pieces like missing out of it. I tried to fix it up as best as I could, but there's a problem. It's not the fact that I can't like repair the whole thing. It's actually there's like a big chunk of it. Salinas really fucked it up. He blew it up. He blew up the stone, and it just blew up in the kitchen. And I literally watched as like just this huge shard like hit into Alfred, and I was like, I'm gonna go ahead and help you. And he's like, no, it's fine. And his skin literally started going, and I was like, ah. So I was hoping druids I tend to stay away from. They're a little too into the trees for me, but I feel like if anybody knows about weird stuff like that is not particularly religious, although it's a stone to Zephora, I don't think that there's necessarily anything there. So I just wanted to ask about weird stuff with weird people.
So is this going to implicate Salinas for just destroying part of the Eye of Zephora that we had to destroy because it was used to bound ghosts? If anything, I should see that Salinas is a hero for undesecrating such a holy monument with the supposed dead. Even though he garners 5 points, he might lose 5 for destroying it. So it like evens out. I don't think he might be in that much of an ass whooping with the big lady, but I semi-regularly talk to her, so I don't have that kind of authority. But I would like to think that if she was reasonable and rational, that she would also see that point of view that I'm coming from as well. It's going to be very interesting how this plays out, Zedger. I'm going to be honest with you.
If this is what I thought it was, then it's very bad. I don't think there's many of these. There's not exactly shops selling them. I'm pretty sure there's one each kind of deal.
But we can also focus on the stone is a little fucked up, but it was being used for evil, and we cleansed the evil, and it had to be destroyed as kind of a necessary, like a good that had to come from destroying the stone. So that way it's not like, oh, we know the guy who like vandalized this. It's more like it's a complicated situation, and we're like the kings of explaining ourselves out and into and then back out of complicated situations. So I feel like we can just kind of wing it, even though I understand your concern. I don't know if I'm helping you or making you more anxious, but I'm just trying to maybe rationalize this from a different perspective, so we can just explore different avenues. I know this sounds very politically, like I'm.
Yeah.
No, it's fine. Can I just draw a parallel for you? Because Alfred and I kind of walked into a situation where there was a gem that exploded, and the two people that were on it were very adamant that they didn't have any involvement in that. So how are we any better than them, if I'm being completely honest? It's just worrisome. And that's why I had originally asked Geoffrey to come along, because he's such a strong presence there that would really balance out, because I just kind of go I just kind of spiral a little bit, and I recognize that about me. I'm but and I'm in your here now, which is great, because you have that occasional connection to Zephora. Do you regularly pray to her?
I send letters, every once in a while, but I don't, receive any back.
Well, I mean,
I'm
yeah,
not
I would be
expecting any.
absolutely worried if you had a tattoo like Salinas does.
Oh no. I actually have very few scars on me, to be honest. But no scars, no tattoos, no nothing. But wait, no. Okay, am I making you feel better or worse? Because I could also go back and see what Granite Ravens. Or do you think I'm lending you credibility by
Um,
being somewhat of an acolyte, if you will? I don't know if that's the right term.
Zedry
Maybe just
just
a casual
frowns.
belief. I don't know if I. No, I'm not like a zealot. Like an acolyte's like a beginner, right?
How often do you pray to Zephora?
Okay, we casually talk to each other. Not an acolyte. In the beginning stages of it, it's an ongoing process. It's trying to get an alley cat to run into your arms. It takes time. At least I think. I don't know. I'm from Tolarian. What the fuck do I know about any of this?
You're an acolyte. You are. Yes, that is the correct term. I just want to make sure that sometimes whenever people offer prayers and things like that, all they want is things out of it. And I mean, I'm no perfect cleric or anything, but there's a whole academy where I'm from, so I like to think that I'm pretty aligned with maybe the ideas of how to represent your deity, and you're doing the right thing for it. So yes, you are an acolyte, and I mean, Geoffrey walked into a river this morning. That was for Briora, or that was just for fun?
It was for Briora, as well as cleansing myself, but I may have neglected my faith a bit. With my mother being in the temple, though, growing up, I may have been a little bit more forced into the view, but I accept it.
This is why we're
So-
not going to the clerics.
So am I lending you credibility or not? I'm still confused. Do you want me to?
You're doing fine.
Am I
No,
helping
we
you?
can
Am I
absolutely be
helping you?
here. Yes, you're very intimidating presence.
I also like to
Oh
think
my-
I have like a soft spot. I know how to talk to people. It's just I have to talk to a lot of assholes. So I got to be an asshole.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a few times now you've kind of popped off on people and really shown like a crazy side. And since one time it's fine, but since it happened multiple times, I just don't want that to be the cards that you're playing. Because I don't think that you're crazy. We did just go and talk to a monk about how we were trapped inside of an endless nightmare. So we
No,
probably come across as that.
Yeah, that was a thing. The whole crazy thing, that was a little bit I was doing just to see if it would stick, and it does. It does with bad people they'll never see again. So but that it's very desperate. No, I know how to talk to people.
No,
It might not come across a certain way sometimes, but
No,
Yeah.
I think you know how to talk to people, and I mean,
Well,
I
then-
think you also
so
know
who-
how to press sometimes.
So who are we going to be talking to?
It's called the Druid's Gate. I just listen. If the other thing that I was coming to talk about was the first wildfire druid, because I know nothing about that, and I felt really embarrassed because a long time ago, like whenever Alfred and I went inside of that temple, and there was that tunnel that was like, "Hey, don't walk in here if you don't follow Infernus." I don't know what would have happened if you stepped in there, but I kind of confidently thought that I was doing the right thing, and I got blasted with fire. So as repentance, I kind of just want to learn a little bit. I don't know if they're that kind of druid though, because the only other real experience that we've had is that the one who kind of put his wife and child in giant vine coffins. So
Yeah, you're really cool, and that's the only other druid I've met. But I'm not, I'm down to meet more people. You know what I mean? I've never met a whole lot of druids, so I don't have a standard or anything. So it's kind of like, sure, come as you are. Judging.
as he says that, as he says the specific line, "Come as you are," what are the dressings of the people who are working right now? Are they in normal clothes? Are they in
Commoners.
loincloth?
No.
Okay, great.
Mostly just
Cool.
commoner clothes. Some with a little bit more cold weather gear.
Great. Okay.
Nobody that stands out to you as being obvious druids.
I'm pretty sure that Zedri has very much misinterpreted what this place is, but he is very much pressing that he thinks the druids live here. Okay, yeah. So we'll just find somebody, and then we can go ahead and ask them. The idea of them knowing about specifically this gym is negligible. I mean, we ran into the stone that was the Eye of Infernus, and then I ran into the Riorin necklace at one point. So that's 3 out of 6, and they just seem like special objects. I don't think that they're mass produced or anything, and that's why I think it's such an issue that this one literally combusted inside of the kitchen. And it's Alfred. I know that I talked about being too trusting and stuff like that, but I have a real soft spot for all of you, and I just want to make sure that a giant gemstone that's sitting inside of his body isn't. What if it causes like internal bleeding or something? Like he could just
I
be
would
sitting
be-
there fine.
I would be more concerned if it caused them to explode from the inside out, to be honest.
Only Salinas will be able to do that. Sorry.
That was just a that was really that was
There's a dig. Yes, there's a lot of feelings that sometimes I just bottle up, but it's fine. I want to figure out about maybe what exactly these are. Maybe somebody's seen another one, but more so, I just want to make sure that we can either confirm that he's going to be safe with it inside of him, or that we can figure out a way to safely remove it.
okay. Yes. I definitely think then that we are in the right direction. If that doesn't work out, we could always go to the this temple of the Fora. I mean, not far from where we originally had met.
I just don't want it to secretly be like some sort of like ancient relic or something, and then he's like experimented on and stuff like that.
Or they crucify us for destroying a relic. That would also be a. I don't know how hardcore these religious people are in this town, so I mean.
Yeah, Gilfredia, do you have any experience who we should be looking out for or anything?
I've not met many druids myself, so.
Go for yourself. Some dogs barking at him.
Satriel just raise his hand and say, "Is anybody here inclined towards the druidic arts?"
get some people. Most people don't even regard you at all. They don't even look in your direction. A couple look up like, boy, it's just called Druid's Gate. I mean, there's some in the forest if you want to go looking for them, but they don't live here.
Okay.
Zedric, I will put my arm around Zedric.
I'll chuckle at you.
I'll put my arm around Zedric real close. I'm gonna get real close to his ear, and I'll just go. Could Druid's Gate just be the name? Actually,
Really? I really thought that this was a place.
No, like, you know how like a section of a city could be like Ocean's Landing or like Sebring Harbor, and it's like in the middle of like a landlocked area. I think that's just like a naming thing.
Okay, we're gonna go back. We're gonna go back to what you were talking about before. Yes, I don't know much outside of Ashmain, and I have literally been sequestered away like my whole life. So no, I really trusted this one. You know, like it's really easy sometimes because you get used to like how things are kind of like set up. I mean, East Shore is like
Zedric. I can feel my blood pressure rising, and I am following as fast as I can. And I'll kind of like grab a hold of his arm, and I will just be like, "He's going to be okay, but I need you to please calm down just a little bit, and just breathe a little bit with me." And I'll try to do it to where like Zedric is kind of following, because he seems very worked up over this, and I feel very bad because I just wanted to share a nice moment about what the sky looked like on the other side of the world, and now he's like having this mental breakdown, and Kiesel's just like, "Do you need a hug, bro?"
Thank you for that. This is the wrong place. I don't want to take you all into the forest. I don't. If there's any danger out there, anything, I don't want to bring you into something like that. So maybe we just go ahead and head back. We can go ahead and sit by the fire. I have a bottle of wine. I can go ahead and pour some drinks for us, and we can just have a nice time talking about things.
I don't think we should be necessarily drinking ourselves away. I mean, if this is this is a big fucking problem. This is a big fucking problem inside a friend of ours now that is grafted to his rib cage. Hopefully, at the best case scenario, in my opinion. So we should find, maybe we should just stop by the temple. If this is just like a subdivision for seniors, given a funny name, then I would, then let's find somebody, because this is a big deal. We have found different relics from the gods, and this one was destroyed, and this is a valid thing to be upset in words about, and maybe we, could duck our heads in real quick to the, Zafari temple that's in town.
Cedric, you feel a little tug on your pants from behind.
Oh shit! Okay. What? Who's there?
And turning, you see a young woman, little dirt on the face, and definitely dressed inappropriately for the cold temperatures that are outside. She's just shirt sleeves, everything just like exposed to the air on her arms, and standing there with a big basket of what appears to be laundry or clothing that's for sale, something to that degree. She's like, sir, you were looking for druids?
Yeah, this is kind of the gate. I guess
don't
they all live in the
mind.
woods.
Those guys will rip you pretty good. There's not much for druids down here. I mean, you could go further into the wood, but if you're looking for druids, you're better off going back to Maidenthorn up to the north. They got a pretty good contingent up there. Sorry, you looked a bit lost. I felt bad for you. You and your friends need some shelter. It's not the nicest out here today.
Thank you very much, madam. But we were more searching for maybe some familiar with druidic practices for information, like an interview or something. But No, thank you for your hospitality.
Yeah, not a problem. Yeah, don't think ill of all of us just because of that lot over there. Um, you have a good day.
Thank you.
Before she walks away, Jeffrey was gonna take his fur coat, cloak that he has, and put it on her, since she doesn't really have shit.
Oh.
That's not necessary, sir. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm acclimated.
I have an extra. It's alright.
That's many blessings to you. You sure you don't need anything? Get you something warm to drink or
That's
just
quite
some
alright.
shelter
Weather
from the
reminds me
rain?
of home.
I'll look towards Zedri when she says a warm, and I'll just what up to you, Zedri.
Do you have you lived here for a long time? Are you pretty familiar with the places around here?
I mean, y- yeah, this is the only place. This is home. Haven't lived anywhere else. You need something? Need to know something else?
Yeah, I mean, if you wouldn't mind treating us, maybe we could return the favor, and maybe that drink would be nice.
I
And
mean,
did you look back to
your friend
Kiesel?
here, nice to give the coat. I'd be more than happy to do something in return.
Yeah. Is there a private place that we can talk?
Well, home's just a couple houses back. I mean, it's nothing much, but it's dry and warm.
That's great. And Zetri will go ahead and look to the others, and then start following after this young woman.
Yeah, go for it, will follow.
Okay.
I'm gonna go over dear, and I just want to be like, oh, what the fuck just happened, and how are we walk into this lady's house now?
Nice people exist in some places.
Gosh.
Coin, please, sir. A coin, please. I'm old matron.
She will lead you back the couple houses, like she said, and direct you to a post out front that you could tie your horses to, and then just lead you into, open the door and lead you into her house. And we'll jump to Salinas, wandering about alone.
I'm gonna first. I'm gonna go over to the bar pad.
Okay.
Stay definitely dreading that a little bit. Seeing if I can just as little fuss as possible. Knock on the door, talk to that same butler again, see if they're still taking people in for like this to like pay respects to the body. Just ask him to do if Ivana comes back to the house to give her the letter.
Okay. There's only one guard, so you kind of get the impression that it's not formal, like open to the public as much today, but it is the same guard that you saw the night before. He recognizes you, lets you in, and you are greeted by the same butler who agrees to take the letter. He doesn't particularly know who, that person is, but he's happy to hold the letter. There is no viewing anymore. That's
Okay,
been cut off, so it's just
that's fine.
he's need anything else with this?
No, this is lovely. Thank you so much for all of your assistance that you have provided.
Yep. We'll hold this here until this person arrives.
Thank you. Awkwardly, like, pause in the conversation and just like kind of like awkwardly back out of the doorway and
Okay.
let's go.
All right. Where are you headed next?
I'm headed into the we got the rundown of what everything was. The Traders Avenue is where there would be like merchant shops.
Oh yeah, there'll be plenty of merchant shops there.
I'm gonna head over there. I'm gonna pick up some basic supplies. I want to pick up some more, like another like pad of paper.
Okay.
I've been using a lot of that.
Okay. Just want to shoot me a DM with a list of what you're looking to buy, and we'll get that taken care of.
Sure. Like this is basic stuff, and then
Pretty much anything that's basic, as long as you're not getting into like magic items. Magic components you'd be able to get. Magic items gonna be a little bit harder to find.
What about scrolls? That was the other thing on my list. Is
you send it to me? We'll see whether you find it. So if you have like
Okay.
alternatives, if you can't find something, if you want to find something else.
all right. Sounds good. And then Salinas is going to head back to inn.
Okay.
When he's done with his shopping, back up to his room again, and post back up there. And he's going to take out his instrument, and little by little, he's going to start. Definitely not going to finish today, but going to start on writing a song.
All right. Okay. Well, while you visit the Arpad estate and then head in and start your shopping, which will bring us back to around Vault,
Yep.
waiting for his
Lady.
potential audience and keeping an eye on Sadler. Do you
Yep.
keep an eye on Sadler? Do you
Oh
let him go?
gosh, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, no, he ain't leaving my sight. This dude is dumb. It's like going to the library and like, you want to sneak into the back before you get the books? Like, yeah, sure, dude, whatever. Like,
So you wait around for like five or so minutes with Sadler, who's just like repeatedly going and like trying to explain away. You know, he's really, I haven't done anything wrong. It's really been, everything's been on the up and up. It's just really tough to get going, and I'm kind of sometimes get a little bit ahead of myself. And really I meant well, and
God,
I just wanted to help you out. And
oh,
you know,
he's so
basically
endearing and stupid. It's like looking at like a childhood version of Vault. It's like if Vault was 16 and level 1 again, you know. You big
but after that, 5 to 10 minutes, then Fenton comes back. All right, I think I got things lined up. Lady, the Mistress Gatasu said she'd meet with you. Come with me.
Thank you very much, Fenton. And by the way, is there any appropriate etiquette I should know before meeting your mistress?
No, I think just being friendly, don't do anything underhanded, and we should be good. Little bit honesty and nothing subterfuge like that one.
His heart's in the right place, but his mind still needs to grow.
Yeah, that's one way to put it. Sadler, go wait in the tavern with the rest of them. Lisette knows to keep an eye on you, so don't try anything. Don't try and leave. Mistress isn't too happy.
Fenton, what tavern are you sending him to? I'm kind of new to town.
No, there's just a meeting hall.
Oh, in the building.
We're going to be passing through it just to...
Okay. Right, fair enough.
So, leads you through just like, there's a general little small tavern-like meeting hall that there's several other individuals seated around. You see a very similar looking goblin woman sitting at the bar counter, who's just staring daggers at Sadler as he comes in. Oh, let's see.
Is Alfred still outside? Is he still waiting outside?
And so Alfred's trigger would have went off.
Yeah.
The alarm would have went off when you guys came back through.
Yeah.
Because you guys would have walked through it. So honestly, it actually would have went off when Fenton went and found you guys in the first place. So yes, Alfred would have had the opportunity to come back in.
You won't come in, hang out a meeting.
Yeah, okay, I didn't realize that Fenton would have tripped that up.
Yeah, sorry, that's on me. I should have pointed that out.
Okay. I think if Fenton had been the one to trip it off like that early, Alfred would try and trail behind them. Quite far away though.
Okay.
Alfred would be very careful as to like
Not be stupid.
not make any steps as few steps as possible.
Okay.
Even like almost getting down on their knees, like trying to like almost like crawl across the ground.
Okay, how far back would you have hung from where Fenton was?
As far back as Alfred could just barely see him.
Are you in
Like,
the
if he
building?
turn-
You wouldn't have to actually enter the hallway then. You could have been just peeking from around the corner and watched him go down the hall because Sadler wasn't moving fast. Sadler was
Okay,
moving
perfect.
super slow against the wall, so you'd be able to just kind of spy without actually crossing the line as well, and looked completely unrelated and unconnected to what was going on.
I think if Alfred would have seen that it's not someone, like, if he sees that it's not, that he would be like someone that's very like in his own world, like reading his own book, as he was, I
Mhm.
think Alfred would know that Volt is good enough to sneak around that and trust him to not like get caught,
Fair.
and so he'll let that go by.
Okay.
And that'll clear the plot hole too.
Okay. So yeah, Fenton would motion for both of you, assuming that you are Vault's assistant or
If
helper
he's in the
some way.
room, I would mention it. But if he's not, like, if he's purposefully not like being visible or something, I wouldn't like announce that
So
he's there.
your
So the
conversation
question is,
with
yeah.
Fenton about like meeting with Lady
Yeah.
Katasuki, that was back in the front entrance
Right.
again.
And I assume
So-
Alfred would have heard that, right?
Unless Alfred stepped back out as you guys came back down, then he would have been there for it.
Yeah.
So I would just retcon it as being he was just seen as
Cool.
being, oh, okay, you're just here, and as long as you acknowledge you're with Vault, then you'll just be treated as you were with Vault.
Woo! Come with
Boy,
me.
this is the most
Let's go.
in-session retconning I've had to do in a long time.
Right. Let's go hang out with the centaur. That sounds cool.
All right, so you see the similar looking goblin woman, although she doesn't have the burn mark, and she has Vault. I'd say you would clock this with your 18. One gray eye, one blue eye,
Whoa! What? That's weird and cool.
and so she's keeping tabs on Sadler. Fenton leads you back through this tavern-like area, and then back into these separate chambers that. Just a long hallway with a bunch of different rooms off to the right or on both sides, and eventually about 4 doors down leads you off to the left, so this would be back behind that entryway that you went in, be
Okay.
further back.
Sure.
And taller door, much taller ceilings as you make your way into what appears to be basically like an office/library. That there are
My heart.
lots of books on the walls, and then a nice desk that is set up. No chairs, or on the far side of the desk, there's no chair. There's chairs on the close side, and then off in the corner, so to your right, back towards the wall you're coming through,
Yep.
there is a set of like big, large, like 4 foot by 4 foot pillows that are just like laid out in the corner. And then there are a couple chairs in front of the desk from your side.
Sure. But nothing
leading up,
behind
and
us.
no.
Got it.
And Fenton just kind of opens the door, motions for you to go in, and you notice this centaur woman
Oh yeah.
behind the desk.
Roughly how tall is this centaur woman? And how tall is her desk? Roughly.
Let's...
Like, kind of, we're on relative eye heights here. Is the desk taller than me?
The desk is... Yeah, it'd be about your height.
Fuck yes. What a lady.
She's 6'5", so she's not terribly tall. But, dressed... Well, you have the picture, so we'll throw the picture up there. But
Love it.
anyway, purple-eyed, her hair pulled back,
Gosh,
and it's kind of dread rows that are pulled back and then tied up from behind, and she's just kind of motions away. She's got a book in her hand, quickly puts the book down on the desk. All right, so you are the interlopers.
I would say guilty as charged, but I hope I'm not. A pleasure to meet you. My name is Voltavius V of House of Arheed.
And she'll reach her hand out, shake your hand.
Really reach it up there.
Interloper is not quite the word that I would choose, but yes, my name is Alfred Yates. A pleasure to meet your acquaintance. Offer his hand.
She'll shake your hand as well. All right, so I am the Mistress of Ravens, Gatasu. Call me Mistress. You can call me Guild Lord. You can call me whatever. So I understand you have a certain interest in young Sadler, and maybe something from the past.
Yes. Well, funny enough, it's how I met Sadler. I met him at the Arpad Estate. The late Deirdra. Is that how I say it?
Yeah.
The late Deirdra, who I assume you are aware is passed, was a bit of an acquaintance of mine and a few friends, and I am trying to track her whereabouts prior to her disappearance. I believe, after speaking with a few members of your guild and a few people around town, that she was a member of the Granite Ravens many decades ago.
Pardon me, but yes. How do you know Lady Deirdra then?
Oh well, and is there like a vibe check I can do of like how honorable does she look in her like presentation? Does she have any shadiness to her, or is she just like a very like just out in front, like boisterous kind of strong lady?
Give me an insight.
Because it definitely is going to inform how I talk about what's going on here.
Fair.
Beat my passive.
She's got a very imposing presence, partially because of just being a centaur and the size and the height, and it's also a little bit of there's some strength to her personality too, and to how she speaks and kind of commands the room. Definitely has those leadership command qualities. As to being straightforward and straight shooter, honest, good person stuff, don't have any reason to believe she's means any ill intent towards you.
Cool. Well, this might sound almost unbelievable, but in another place, I have adventured with her, and she was partly responsible for saving my life. I'm gonna pull out my book.
How old are you?
I'm gonna pull out my book as she's asking that question, and I'm gonna open it to the page with the drawing of the gate, and I'm gonna slide it onto her desk with my hand still on it because I don't want her to pick it up and take the book and flip through my notes. But I'm just gonna put it on there, put my hand on there, and say, "I'm 26 years old, and I know that sounds impossible to know the lady."
Strange things happen.
Truly.
I'm guessing you must have met her somewhere in the last couple months since she popped back onto the map.
You know, that is
Or-
such a perfect turn of phrase. Popped back on the map. It is exactly what happened and what I'd like to figure out how she popped away first.
Well, 26, boy.
She's
Younger
been
and
gone
younger
longer than I've
every
been
day.
alive. I am very clearly aware of this.
Yes, that would be the initial problem, but if you met her during her lost years that those of us around here don't know anything about, I suppose that would make sense. How long ago?
DM, it's been like 8 weeks, right? 8, 10-ish. Like a couple months, right? Less than 3 months?
You'd be... Yeah, it'd be about a month and a half. Month and 3/4.
All right. The flow of time is a bit convoluted, but I think the easiest way to say it would be a few months ago. Have you ever seen any portals like this? And I'll point to the thing that I put on her desk. And my hand stays on top of my book, so it's probably like I'm reaching up and trying to point like this at it and not sure if she's even looking at it. But she's not taking the book. My hand is not taking. Yeah, we're not dropping it.
It doesn't look familiar. I've seen many different things. Sorry, Mr. Yates?
Yes. Everything he says is true. I know it's hard to believe, but I can tell you it was because I was there as well.
All right, so both of you know her from the lost time. All right, I suppose. Fall, give me a persuasion check.
Whoop whoop. Dude, we're gonna do so good. We're gonna do so good on this one. Yeah, we are. 22. Manifest that die roll.
All right. Deirdra, long-standing member, Granite Ravens, member of a party back when we were both a bit younger than we are now. She was in, before she took off and kept on doing adventures, she decided, we were in a bit of a contested race for leadership. She decided to go do her adventuring ways with her friends and left me in charge of running this place. And that was the last we heard from her. Leave? I'd have to check the logs to be 100% certain, but last mission they took was investigating some sort of a tomb or dungeon of sorts. Northwest of here. And her, Ivana, Kanga, Barton, Mouthace, Ilima, all took on this mission. Nobody ever heard from them. Weren't ever able to track them down and find out exactly where they had gone. And none of them came back until here a little bit over a month ago when Deirdra and Ivana showed back up.
Please tell me what do you know about this mission? Do you know anything at all? Any sort of... Did they say anything about where they were going, what direction, what cardinal direction even?
It was northwest was the dungeon, right?
Just that they had a lead on an old ancient tomb, ancient dungeon of some sort that they'd been working on, had been looking into things, and had a lead. They headed off, and they didn't really share a lot. It wasn't like a hired mission or anything like that. It was something that they had been working on as kind of a loose end from a prior mission. that, like I said, northwest of here, up in Solace Hills. And yeah, none of them were heard from until Tivana showed up with Deirdra here.
Really?
Good
DM,
month
can you say
ago.
the name of that hills again? What was it again?
Solace.
Solace.
Can you tell me, you know this woman named Ivana?
Yes, she
You
was a
know-
member of the Granite Ravens. Yes.
You have contact with her now?
She was here. Just been at least a month ago. She showed up.
How did she
Deirdra?
look? How was her countenance and appearance? Did she seem older than, or appropriately aged? That's a very strange question.
It's a little bit tough to tell with elves' passage of time. Doesn't show near as much, but
Of course.
I mean, she seemed normal. She was a bit distressed over things, but
Did she say
yes.
where she had come from, perchance?
We didn't really get a whole lot of time to talk. She was here maybe a day, did some research in the library, and headed off.
What did
Informed
she-
us of,
What did
Deirdra
she
was back at home.
pick out?
Yes, could,
You
would,
know
would
what
it
she
be
looked at?
possible? Yes, would it be possible for us to look at the notes or to follow in her tracks? This is a rather important task.
Give me another persuasion.
Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Do we get advantage because of both of us?
No, you haven't given me a good argument yet, so you got just straight persuasion.
All right. That is a very fair response. Thank God it's a nat 20, boys! Halfling luck!
Reroll.
Wow.
Halfling luck, boys! Vault don't fuck up, except when he does.
I suppose I could take you to the library. We don't check things out. There wouldn't be a record of exactly what she looked at, but we could definitely look into. Yeah, I can grab Fenton on the way. He
Yes.
does a lot of the librarian duties and making sure that things
Um,
are tended to.
Guild Mistress, may I ask one additional question on this? You mentioned that they were following a lead on a hired contract before going off on their own volition. Would you happen to have any information about the prior contract that led them down this path? I know the records would be
I can
old.
check the logs.
It would
I
be
can
wonderful if
see,
we could make a
that's-
copy of any of those logs. If
I
they're
will
proprietary or sensitive, I would not want to ask anything untoward.
I can have Fenton pull the log books. You said, but I'd probably check a few. I don't remember exactly what year that was, but check in the vicinity. I believe it was around 30 years ago. Have Fenton check through. Those are going to be a little bit more tucked away at this point. Those are pretty old, but we will pull those, see what we can find out. I guess don't mind me asking a question in turn.
Yes. It's only fair.
What is this all about?
Where are we in a hallway? We walking, talking, or are we in her office still? Just
No, you're still in her
Okay.
office.
Is the door shut?
Yeah,
Okay. Cool.
Okay.
it's just the three of you.
I'm gonna look over at Alfred to kind of do a visual confirmation. Like, we good? We talking to her? Like, how is vibe check to Alfred? Is that a thing I could do?
Yeah.
So my look is the intent of the look is like, should we tell her? Like, tell her?
Yeah, no, Alfred would not give you any sort of negative
Cool.
connotation.
Yeah, of course. We got this. Smarty Party is going for it. Okay. Well, this is going to sound a bit outrageous. Would you like a shot of scotch as I tell a tale?
No, not this early in the day, but I am intrigued.
And then I'm gonna tell her like the story,
Sure.
like from how I got sucked into the tavern, how I met the group, how I met her, Deirdra, the fighting the dragon stuff, going through the teleporter, coming back out, being in Six Bells, Now we're here, not including the smuggling, the reason that we're here. That is going to be like, I'm just going to kind of ignore that section of like why we happen to be in town, but the rest of it, that it pertains to answering this question, I'll give her that info.
I know how this sounds after all of this. Like I grew up listening to the same tales that you did. Like this name is not something that you say it and I laugh even thinking about it myself. But it's all true. Like it's real.
All right, one of you give me a persuasion check with advantage.
I want Alfred to do it. Alfred, give me the good roll. With the you got advantage. You'll do great. You'll do great. I've rolled really well. You'll do great. You can't screw this one up. It's advantage.
It's probably fitting to kick it over to Alfred since Vault just rolled a 1 that turned into a 20.
I love playing Vault. Get me some divination wizard levels one of these days. Choose my dice.
Well, we get to see the fire too.
Yeah, 15's good. That's good. That's a solid roll.
That is a tail. So you think something about... You think she went into this place?
I believe there is...
Like 30 years ago?
Yes, I believe she was either investigating something that was of importance, or potentially she is important for some other reason.
Fair enough. I'm sorry, Mr. Yates, you said something kind of confusing. The tales, heard the same tales growing up. What are you talking about?
Right. Did you say that you grew up around here, correct? Where did you hail from?
No, I'm from Endron originally. I am a transplant here for sure.
I'm so sorry. As a native to the area, there's the name the Dreamer is it's almost something of it sounds like a children's tale. Is honestly where you might find it if you ask anyone else. I don't know what tales you have from your childhood that your parents would tell you to make you behave better or eat your vegetables and go to bed on time, but that's who this is, and it sounds ludicrous to talk about this in the same weight as we would talk about the gods themselves and how real this is. It's completely shattered my world. In there, I saw so many horrible things. This person, this man, this creature, this entity has shown me things that I cannot even begin to describe. I saw my own corpse lying in underneath the sea, and I don't even know if I can call it real, but it was real in front of me.
Sorry, I'm not familiar with the tales, but that is definitely a terrifying one of your own. Let's go to the library. Let's get Fenton. I'm sorry you went through that. And she'll just like move her way around the desk and kind of lead the way out the 8-foot tall doorway, heading down. Fenton. Yes, mistress. Need something? Library? Yeah, yes, very much. Goes searching his pockets, pulls out a key. Got it right here. Yep. And you guys head back out to the direction you and Sadler were headed before. You see Sadler just sitting in the tavern part, just kind of pretty chill.
I'm gonna give him a little wink as we walk by. Just like I'm still trying to smooth this over. I'm gonna get this boy out of this trouble.
It's just like 2 thumbs up back.
Yes.
And you head over to the other side. She takes you down the direction the Sadler had been leading you, and eventually leads you to a doorway that Fenton goes, unlocks the door, holds it open for everybody to go in. and then walks in. Doesn't close the door behind you. All right, it's just what do we need? Need to check into something for these folks. Yes, you're gonna need to go check the logs. Probably 260 to 270 AF would be preferable. I know that's gonna take you probably the rest of the day, but looking for any jobs that Deirdra Arpad, Kanga, Sworn Steed, Barton the Hooded, that lot would have been involved in. Get a report on my desk as soon as possible. And yeah, you're dismissed. You can go. And Fenton just kind of like gives an odd, like confused look. All right. I suppose I'm busy for the rest of the day. They'll be get that to you as soon as I can, mistress. And Gatasu just starts walking down the stacks and stacks of books that basically you're looking at about 12-foot tall bookshelves going all the way around this room, and then there's also those nice rolling ladders that are set up to go to the next set of 12 feet up above.
It's like 4 times my body size.
And she's just going and checking, like looking through and kind of just doing the chin stroke, finger on the side of the nose. I think I might have something that might be in this realm of things. And she heads over to a section of books that you start like reading titles, and they all kind of seem to direct towards folklore, direct towards myths, different stories and stuff. And she goes and give me a perception, both of you.
Yes, I will always do perceptions. Yeah, 26.
Ooh, man,
Do I
crap
see
roll.
things?
I mean, geez, only an 18. Expect more out of you
I
here.
know, right?
Oh, look at those double 18s, folks.
Ooh.
Smarty
Very
Birdie
funny.
strikes again.
And like just a sudden look of concern on her face as she's looking, and you look to see where her eyes are going, and there's a missing book.
What?
Ooh.
Oh, that is concerning. I am going to have a talk with Fenton. Apparently somebody's been checking books out or removing books from the library, which is highly unorthodox. But she just scans the shelves around, just trying to find, is this maybe just misplaced the book she's looking for?
Not to be untowards, but may I ask who might have access to this? Is it... I saw the keys. Is it only Mr. Fenton?
Fenton is the caretaker of the library, or our makeshift librarian, so he is the only one to go to for access for individuals of a certain rank and below. Those of us of the higher order in the organization have our own keys and access points here. Anybody who's been with the organization for 20, 30 years has a key, so unfortunately that's... Both fortunately and unfortunately, that's not a very long list. As you may be aware, people in this occupation don't tend to have very long lives. Deirdra Arpad is definitely a fortunate one to have lived a full life. I would say there's probably maybe 6 people with keys within the guild at this point. Myself, my husband, Fenton as the librarian.
She's got a husband.
And I suppose Deirdre herself would have had a key at the time that she left.
Would Ivana have had one?
Now, she would have been far too new at the time.
Okay. Is there anything we can do to help you to expedite this? I'm quite expert at finding lost things.
I mean, do you mean as to finding the lost book? I mean, you're welcome to look around the library and see if you can find it, but I'm guessing somebody has removed it.
If you are giving me free reign to search your library, I would be happy to help.
I mean, if you want to give it a quick glance, that's fine. but
Action search!
I don't imagine you're going to find anything.
I'm gonna get
Fenton is
sidetracked
pretty
as hell.
meticulous in making sure that books are put back on the shelf in the right location. So, barring somebody, one of the higher ups being in here and misplacing a book, which would be very unlikely, I am going to fathom the guess that someone has removed it. Who that would be, if Fenton doesn't know, it would have to be one of the people with keys.
DM question. Fingerprints probably aren't a thing that like people know and search for in this time and place, right? Like it's not like I could be like, hey, let's scan for fingerprints at this moment, right? I don't know if I know that's a thing or if Vault does not.
Give me a
know
history
it's
check.
Okay.
I would say that it is a thing in very, very select areas.
Sure. All right, I got a 15. That's a good history check for Vault, boys. I only have a +1 on that stuff.
Sure.
You know of it, but you know nothing about how it's done.
That's fair. That's fair. Super select, maybe.
You know that there are.
If
like,
I knew how to
prints
do that, that would be really
identify.
cool right now, guys.
Yeah.
Just imagine it. All right. Thank you. Wow. We're getting somewhere.
Okay, so
That's probably good for us for a bit.
all right. Let me do some checking. Let Fenton conduct his research of the logs, and I'll put Fenton in contact with you to get you a report on what we can find out, what we can help, and maybe we can work together on getting something figured out, or at least point you in the right direction. You can continue your research. This is a very distressing situation. Honestly hope that you are all feeding me a line of bull hockey, but
That would be
we
preferable
will-
for all of us, honestly.
I very much agree. Where
Please.
just leave your information.
Just we'll leave it at the desk with Fenton. And I come from a family that believes in paying our debts and making sure that trades are always fair. You have given much, both your ear, your information, and your access to this library. If you ever need services of an adventuring company, I know this is your business, but if you need some freelancers, maybe from further away, I can say that as a representative of Cybil's Spear and House of Arheed of Six Bells, I would be happy to, and I'll like pull out a little IOU slip and just kind of like reach up and say, if you need one, I'd be happy to
Yes,
do a
he has
job
these made up, folks.
in the future.
Wow.
Very well. They're always interested in working with other groups, and maybe we can work something out. You could join our little contingent here. But, yes, best to get looking into things, and if you don't mind, I do have the matter of your little wayward companion to deal
Ooh,
with before my day is over.
I know that I have put him into a bit of a bind in this situation.
He has put himself very much into a bit of a bind, it seems.
Is there anything that I could do to smooth over this unfortunate introduction? I'm not jingling
I don't
morning
believe
points.
there'll be any need for outside interference in anything that we need to deal with on gold matters at this point. But I thank you for your offer. I thank you for bringing this matter to my attention. And unfortunate that Mr. Sadler continues to abuse what little liberties he has in this establishment. But if it led to connections with your group and finding out about this, then I suppose it's not all bad. Will you be staying in town long?
We plan on being here for a few days. We'll be at the funeral tomorrow, and I'm not exactly sure how long we'll be in town, but this information is very important, and I imagine we would delay some of our travel if necessary.
I don't imagine that Fenton should take any longer than the afternoon, maybe the early part of the evening, going through the logs.
Wonderful.
But we'll be in touch.
Alfred, do you think there's anything else before we leave?
No, I think that we've gotten everything. I do want to just reiterate that I think that all the help that we've gotten from our good friend here is done as well, and it has uncovered something that is bigger than some small inconveniences. I do believe, and I think that that's something to say for. But furthermore, I know that my companion here has gifted you the promises of our group and his house, but the Yates family is also quite close and quite influential in the area. We are also quite indebted to you as the eldest son of the Yates estate. If there's anything that you would need.
That's much appreciated. I'm sorry, like I said, I'm not from this region originally. I'm lived here most of my life since escaping Endrin, but not familiar with House Yates. Whereabouts?
Mute it?
All right, it took a second. Sorry, if you would like, I can show you on a map. We're very close by. It's actually just over the mountain region. It's not too far of a travel. It's
town, city. I assume you're meaning Arbor Flame. Are you meaning Solace Hills? Where are you?
Yeah, so the Arbor Flame district.
Okay. Yeah, we haven't spent much time there. Orange Springs, Fourth Bridge. Did some investigation in Heron's Cross quite a few years back, but don't have you from one of those?
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
I went to Orange Springs, Fourth Bridge, did a little bit of work in Heron's Cross, archaeological work, most of it. Are you from one of those communities, or?
From Orange Springs, yes.
Okay. Yeah, I haven't spent a lot of time there. Sorry, I'm not familiar with your house, but I don't pay attention to a lot of that, so it's very possible I just missed it.
Fine, it's fine. I understand. Perhaps we're not as influential as I thought, but I think that we still command.
Don't mean to belittle it by any means. It's just a matter of I don't run in too much noble circles. I know Lady Arpad just because of our past history here with the guild, but aside from the local ones that I have to deal with on a regular basis, I don't get out very much to a lot of social circles outside of Granite Sound. But as regards Mr. Sadler, I am fair and just as much as I can be. I will take your kind words into consideration in any sort of consequences for his actions. But I don't want you to get your hopes up too high that there will be consequences for his actions. He has been warned, he knows the rules, and he needs to get his zealousness a little bit more in check. But I will definitely keep some mercy on the table based on your kind words. And I will, I best attend to that, but I will have Fenton's report. I will get some information to you as soon as I can.
Thank you very much, Guild Mistress. I have this weapon I want to test out. Do you have a training hall or some place I could just try? And I'm going to pull out the crossbow and just jiggling again. Like, I've got this, and I want to just test out this infusion that my friend has made. Is there a place I could just try shooting this? I don't want to cause a problem.
You have an artificer in your group, then.
Never leave home
Hello.
without one.
Hi, my name is Alfred.
Nice to meet you. Sorry. Dabble a little bit myself in some of that. It's not really my strong point, but toyed with some of that over the years. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much wide open country. Once you get out west of the building, you could probably find a little embankment or something to use as a backstop and try out your little gizmo.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. We'll definitely take
Should
that.
be safely try it out without having to worry about hitting any passerbys. I assume you're a decent shot with it.
I'd like to hope so.
Well, very well. That probably be as good a place as any.
Thank you much,
Otherwise-
and we'll wait to hear your word. And
All right.
we'll reach up a little hand again to try to do another handshake, and then skedoodle my way out of there.
Okay.
Give another wink to
Shake your
Sadler.
hand, escort you guys out to the front, and then as you get out front and go to fill out your information stuff, Gatasi will leave, but Fenton's there, like hauling books in. That he's now there's like 8 ledgers now sitting on the desk, and he's going back to get more, and he stops to take down your information before heading back to continue.
Love it.
And we'll call that good from that department. So we will head back over to the folks up north at Druid's Gate, visiting the nice lady's house. Yeah, it is a very don't know how to put it. You enter this home. It is warm. It is dry, as described. There's a little stove over in the corner, or a little tea kettle hanging on the fireplace. She just goes and get you some tea.
Yes, that'd be lovely. Thank you.
She quickly makes some tea. It's just visitors. It seems. What brings you to town?
Just be on a little bit of business, really, just kind of sightseeing, doing what we need to do.
Be
Just
nice.
a bunch of different, it's a big grocery list of stuff,
I don't get to. Never really traveled. Must be nice seeing the countryside, seeing all the different places.
Well, I mean, you're here at the entrance to Urgard, so I'm sure that you see all sorts of things from the Bramblethorn out into the city proper, especially since,
Sure.
correct me if I'm wrong, this is the only entrance to the city, right? The little bridge across?
From the north, I mean, there's roads heading west and south, coming out of town. Go to Archfolk or Versand. Yeah, they're nice communities. Never been. You lot came in from Maidenthorn then?
Yeah, kind of upsetting that you were talking about how there's druid groups out there when we were just there. But
Sorry. Yeah, there's the Circle of the Burned Hand. I think that's what they're calling it. Flame Hand, Burned Hand, Charred Hand. I've never been. I've heard people talk. If there's anything I get to see, it's a matter of getting to talk to lots of people. Yes, there's lots of interesting people come through on the road. People from further north, Hammerforge and Maidendorn, and some people come in. Stories from across the sea. It's nice.
you can go.
Forgive me for forgetting so soon. But what was your name?
Oh, Emily.
Emily. My name is
Emily.
Oh,
Cecil.
Emily.
Nice to meet you. It's okay. The people
Thanks.
mess it up all the time. It's okay.
If that's your name, then I want to make sure I get it right, because you deserve to be called your name and not something else.
Appreciate that.
But-
That's nice.
Emily, since you get to talk to all these people, who was maybe the most interesting person you've gotten to have the liberty of speaking to? Either, most recent interesting or just like the most favorite person you can remember.
I mean, there's been some venturing types have come through. Oh, one time I got to see dignitary come down from up south, up the north. That doesn't happen too often. They weren't all that interesting. I'm not really big for hanging out with, it's high-enders. They don't really invite me along to do those types of things, and not really my class, my group, my type of people. I was this one individual. It's been, gosh, it's probably been 2-3 years ago. It was a good time. We had a lot of fun. Drink under the table, have a lot of fun. I don't know if you guys visited the inn over here, north side of town, Longing Lord. It's a bit rough shape. You folk probably are a little bit, stay in better places than that, but you can have a good time over there. Good drinks and stuff. And there's one adventuring type. I think he was like some sort of a fighter, warrior type thing. I don't know exactly what he did. I mean, he good with his hands and stuff, but drink you under a table. This guy could drink with the best of them.
Do you remember his name?
I think it was like Darnell, Daryl. Yeah, I think Darnell. I'm pretty sure it's Darnell. Yep, he was a nice guy. Yeah, it got a little bit forward, more forward than I would have liked. A bit old for me.
Yeah, those adventures, they can be a little, they.
It is a drink, we're having a good time. He just kind of thought maybe things were going in the wrong direction. It's all right. It was a nice enough guy. Nothing went bad.
DM, I have a claw itching my brain. I know Darnell, right? That's a name that is familiar because we know that name, but
You don't.
who? I don't know that name. I don't know
But
who
the other
fuck that
two
is.
sitting here do, because that was during your sojourn where you were separated from the party. You didn't meet that party, so they know a Darnell. Zedri and Yoferdir do.
Oh.
If I can just ask, I know that there's been a lot of ruckus in town lately. Because about a month ago, this Lady Arpad came back after being gone for a really long time. I know that you mentioned that there was an entrance over from Archfolk and an entrance for the Sand. Do you know if she made her way through Druid's Gate? She had an escort with her, I think an elven woman.
I mean, I've heard some stories about this. Growing up, you hear all the stories about the adventures. It's it's best entertainment we got around here is to go hear stories, good stories, and Granite Raven stories. I heard there was this lady. I mean, way before my time. Don't know her. But yeah, I heard she popped back on the map, and they're having a big funeral to do tomorrow. But I don't really know anything about I haven't seen her or anybody else that I know of that would be connected. I mean, is somebody in particular? Pretty good eye for faces and whatnot. That if I saw somebody, if you gave me a pretty good description, I might know.
I'll kind of turn to Zedri. Do you have any sketches or any really? You sketch up a quick.
Right. Do you think Garden would be a good one?
If he was with Ivana, then maybe. But I mean, unless you.
Oh, yeah. No.
Yeah, I was thinking of
Deirdra
Ivana.
and Ivana. Yeah, Zedri will take out his notebook. At this point, he's like having to flip through to find like small areas where there's not like writing and things already occupying it. And he's gonna flip to where he had first seen Ivana whenever she was in the cage. And he had written a description of her shortly after, just to make sure to keep track of if she was real or not, and use that to try to draw her.
Okay. Give me a dex check, and if you have proficiency in performance, you can add your proficiency.
Oh, geez. You said performance? No. It's just a dex check?
Just a dex check.
Okay. Whoa. Why does it say skill? I think I did that wrong. Ah!
That's persuasion. That's Alfred.
What?
Dang,
Why is that
Alfred,
Alfred's?
man, who's
Yeah.
who you persuading?
I don't know how. Where?
Yeah.
Oh, that's.
I have no
I'm
idea.
trying to. Yeah, no, I'm trying to pull my. Can
It's not your best work. It's pretty rough. And
That's fine.
you're.
I'll write a bullet on that
To
one.
be fair, your memory from there is fuzzy. You have
That
these
wouldn't
things
be
to
the part
recollect,
that I
but
would
to
pick.
actually like picture somebody, you're working just off that description, and the description is minimal to get you there. And you're a little bit of a. We'll say there's a little bit of nervousness going on too, as to we got a Darnell name drop and pressure of suddenly, hey, I got to sketch artist this based off foggy memory. So yeah, it's not very good. She looks at it. It doesn't look like like a horrible stick figure or anything. It's still a face, but I don't know. I mean, maybe it's hard to say.
No, it's fine. I'm really sorry. And Zedri will just close his notebook. Okay. We asked about Deirdra and Ivana. We asked about we found out about Donnell, and then could you talk a little bit more about the instance that you had a few years ago? You said that you had like a really nice time. What's the story with that?
Just guy came through. Had some friends and stuff with him. We just hung out. Like I said, Longing Lord Tavern Inn over there on the north side of town. Spent some time, had some drinks, had a good laugh, some fun stories. Seemed like a nice guy. I mean, with the exception of the little mix-up, but aside from that,
Was this one? Was he too eager as well?
yeah, pretty much.
I feel like I have to apologize. Just these men, they get so dirty and savage. Just have no manners.
It's
so
alright. I've
it's
dealt with worse. I've
unprofessional.
dealt with worse.
It's
Let's get
not
the guys
right.
out there that were chuckling at you, making fun of your friend here for the whole druid mix-up thing.
To be
Those
fair,
guys
I
can
feel
get out of
like
hand in the bar way worse than Darnell ever was. So
I feel like that's like a naming thing. If you're gonna name something Hellfire Gates and it's like some grassy community, I'd like to speak to a lawyer or something about advertisement.
my understanding is there used to be druids here, and that's why it was named that. I just think they all moved on. The group that was around here isn't overly fond of what Airguard has turned into, so
They're more reclusive.
more nature-based and not so happy that most of the folks up here spend their time cutting it down. So
I mean, that's fair, but trees do grow back, so that's
if you plant them, it's been a rough relationship. But there's some circle that's up north. I think they're actually in the woods, but I think it's up closer to Maidenthorn is where they've kind of migrated off to. So But yeah, the name is a bit deceiving, so I felt bad.
If you don't mind me asking, how old are you?
A little forward asking a woman's age, but I'm 22.
Oh, well, I mean, I don't mean to be super forward. It was just I just wanted to frame a reference. You've been living here your whole life.
Yeah. This is home.
What stopped you from getting on the next boat and going to say somewhere like Six Bells or
Place as good as any other. That's all I know. Got a roof over my head. Took over Dad's shack when he passed. It's a nice place to stay. At some point in time, I may find somebody to share my time with and, make a home out of it. But for right now, just do some laundry for the neighbors, get paid a little bit of money, enough to make ends meet, and it's a nice, quiet life.
Sure. If that's what your heart seeks and yearns for, but if you ever looking to leave or to see more of the world, it's really just a boat's journey away.
Maybe someday.
I think maybe I can speak for us all. We've all here in the room been to a bunch of different places. I don't think either one of us has any sort of similarity of where we're from. To be honest, it's quite different.
You are, specifically eyeing both Kiesel and Jofridir. You look like you're maybe a little bit better suited to take care of yourselves out there. Momentary glance at Zedri before going back to the two strong human folk over here. It's like,
Look. This guy is nothing
in a
to
more
shrug your
controlled
shoulders at. I've seen him melt flesh from bone. This guy packs a punch.
I don't have that ability. That's amazing that you've been blessed to have that. Being a what do they say? Child of Inferno? Is that what they say? Fireheart.
Fireheart. Zedri's like going blush at this point. Yeah, no, that's what they say.
Yeah. I can't make fire from my hands or water or any of those lovely things. I can sew, I can cook, I can clean. That's enough for me.
Even if you're not inclined to go and visit at this point, maybe it's in your best interest to see what a little bit of the world has to offer. Don't want to freak you out too much, so we can start with something that's semi-local. And Zedri's going to actually take out the bottle of tiger wine and hand it over to her.
Oh, what's this?
It's from Maidenthorn. It's like a house special at like one of the taverns.
Oh, well, you want me to get it open?
No,
share with
it's for you. You said that maybe one day you'd settle down. I mean, wine gets better with age. That's what one of my friends told me. So even if you have to hold on to it for a little bit, it's only going to be better when you finally pop the cork.
That's real sweet of you. That's really nice. I should pay you something. That's really nice of you.
You let us stay here.
No, please.
No, I mean
the save from the public and pointing was plenty nice enough.
I mean, if you insist, it's very nice of you. It's very gracious of you. You staying here in town? I mean, do you need any mending done or any? She kind of just eyes. Zedri, I think you still have your makeshift pants.
Yes, Zedri closes his legs, the ones that he just spread soot all over
the
to make them
lost and found pants. Okay.
The parachute pants. that'd be nice, but no money. I do have one last question. Was there, by any chance, if you really dig deep, was there a cat folk, brown fur, black stripes, who was with Darnell?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
You want to talk about the ones that are a little bit out of line? That would be one of them. Bennett, I think maybe was his name. Yeah, he all pause, all pause. Steer clear of that one. Bit boisterous, bit full of himself, and definitely thinks everybody is there for his own enjoyment. But know him?
Heard of him. Yeah.
Yeah. I think he does the magic stuff too. But
Gosh
at least
darn
that's
it.
what he
Yeah.
said.
Oh no, actually, oh, from the stories I heard, I'm pretty sure that he's actually like inclined towards like druidic arts. Damn it. It's fine. It's fine. We are going to look into it for sure. But your information and your stories, although I apologize what happened during those instances and the pause, is super helpful. Okay.
Yeah.
Zidger's not gonna push.
Declawed the cat.
Let me see what I have for your pants situation. And she goes, like, pushes behind some clothes that are hung up drying and comes back with a pair of brown trousers that look in pretty good shape. Look like they should fit. They might be a couple inches high water for you, but should fit you. They look fairly respectable. There's a couple patches in them. They're not like new by any means. Yeah, if you want
them.
You want to know George out there that was giving you shit? There is. I'm just gonna say they got lost.
Oh, you stole a man's pants?
Oh, he hired me to mend them.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Did we check like if there's like a tag with his initials on it or something?
Is that something people do?
Only if they're afraid of losing their pants.
He may be
He might
afraid after this.
not put him
but- Do people lose their pants a lot where you're from?
It's a savage country. They don't worship any of the deities. It's barbaric.
This is Zedru's third pair of pants.
We haven't even been to where I'm from yet.
So, I don't want to. Maybe on the walk back we can talk about that. Keith.
If you need anything else while you're here, you know where to find me. Yeah, if I find anything else a little bit nicer, I'll stop. Where were you staying? Oh, I'm sorry. I don't want to intrude.
No, it's fine. And Zedger's gonna look towards Kiesel and you for confirmation.
We're staying at the Night Seal Inn.
There you
The
go.
night feeling.
Oh yeah, just across the river.
Yeah, it's around the corner.
Nice place. Not as rowdy and good times, but it's a nice place. Got good dancing.
If you're looking to, go shot for shot, me and big guy over here, I don't know about me, but big guy over here could definitely, if you're looking to party, I mean, we're only here for maybe a couple more days. We'd be okay to party a little bit. I haven't gotten real hammered in a long time since,
That's maybe that might be kind of tempting. We'll see. We'll see if I can get all my work done. Speaking of which, I suppose I probably should get back to that. I don't hate to shoo you out into the cold. Stay as long as you want, but I probably better get my work done.
Oh, well, we wouldn't want to be intruding or squatting. Um,
That's fine. It's pretty miserable outside. It's honestly, I'm sick of the snow. It's time for winter to be over. Can't wait for spring to get here. And I mean, at least it warmed up a little bit outside, but now it's watch for the water to start flowing into the damn house. So
yeah, that's that seems like a hazard that I wouldn't have considered. Do you have like mudslides often? Is that like a thing? Are your houses at risk of falling?
no, just we get this much snow, and if it melts quickly, then it ends up just flooding the area. Um, it's not really the best planned out part of town. Everything's pretty flat. Um, with any luck, it'll move on its way and head to the river soon enough. So
You know, if this is like a community of people, maybe we could maybe get like a community project and maybe build some gutters or something to redirect the water somewhere else. Or maybe consider that like a community, like maybe invest in the community and get some builders to
well, there's definitely not a whole lot coming from the other side of the river. They don't much care that much about what goes on over here. We're not really part of the town by most people's counts. But the people around here, to get through with their work and earning their wage, there ain't a whole lot of trying to get volunteers to work on projects. Is we'll just say that's not an easy task, but I like the thought. Um, Maybe someday I'll get out and see that world and maybe find a better place to have a house. But for now, it works. Hope you enjoyed your tea.
Oh yes, it's delicious. Well, what leaf was this brewed from?
For the most part, it just tastes like boiled water. There's some little bit of sediment that you pick up from it, just that the tea leaves or whatever she used to brew it from, like crumbled in there and got in. But I think that's the rose leaf or something. I'd have to go check. And she goes and starts digging around on the mantle above the fireplace, just going trying to search through. Yeah, it was the rose leaf. I get it from the woods.
Oh, that's lovely. Native in fauna.
Yeah, it's nothing special, but it's good enough.
If
I suppose I
could-
probably should get back to my mind. Mending, yeah, need something.
there's just do you feel like you get enough sustenance?
Yeah, I mean, I do well for myself. Got a pretty good laundry business.
Okay. Listen. I can go ahead and do something, and Zedra's gonna put his hands together and cast Goodberry. I can only make 10 of these at a time. If you just want to choose like your closest friends, it's solid. I do know some of the people in my group sometimes don't really like the flavor or anything like that. I can't really change it. But they're great.
You folks with the magical abilities always seem to astound me. You just made fruit out of your hands, and that's probably enough food that I could have bought with a day's wages, and you just did it. That's truly
they
a
do
gift.
spoil. It's true. It's gay. Gotta channel that.
And she goes and just gets a bowl off the mantle and just holds it out for you to put them in. Much appreciated. Maybe I'll take you up on that offer later.
Well,
Was that your
I
wink, Kiesel?
another
Yes.
one.
No, like I said, we'll be there for a couple of days, and if you wanted to go bar hopping, I'm sure that the rest of the boys, we can, find a place and get like a big group of people or something. just give a shot for shot, play some games, have a fun time before we leave.
Well, check when I go talk to my friends to bring your nice gift. I will check to see if anybody wants to go have some fun tonight.
Oh, like I said, you'll know where to find us, so.
Stay dry. Looks like it's still raining outside, but maybe this will pass before too long.
Emily, appreciate everything that you've done for us, Emily.
It's nothing. All right, you guys all exit, head off on your way.
As soon as we get out that fucking door, I'm turning to Zedri, and I'm like, I can't even remember his name, but who the fuck was that guy?
Donnell, he's the one that we met. It was Donnell and Beckett, and well, admittedly, you weren't there. That was kind of the that wasn't even the one gap. That was like the second gap. But you didn't meet them, but that's where Taman the Rallier, she was with them. So was Avara, and there was this Minotaur, and his name was Tristan, and like they were all this adventuring party, and they like walked with us, and then Gilfredy remembers, right?
No, I think
they're a bit abrasive, but just similar to us, how we operate.
this doesn't sound horribly familiar, but maybe around this time I was in a murderous blood rage for 3 days. So, I'd skipped town, because I heard something in the wind. Oh, wow. You met a whole different group and you still came and found me? Those guys would have been so much more cooler than me.
No, I'm separating the fact that you just talked about being on a murderous blood rage for 3 days, but I think that you win out every time.
This was before we went to the whole dreamscape thing. That was a different time for me. But that's cool. That's cool that she knew them. Seems like a cool chick. I think we could get her to buy us drinks, or maybe we could buy her drinks. Or
Well, what I'm hoping is that Volt and Alfred went over there, and I'm pretty sure that on top of them asking about like Deirdra and the rest of her party, they probably asked about Taman too, because that was a pretty important point that got brought up. So hopefully we can just all like talk about information together, and if Emily's there, then so be it.
nothing gets people talking more than alcohol, so we can definitely try to get the rivers flowing and the mouths, blabbering.
I thank you both for making this a worthwhile trip. It really sucked for a moment there, and I thought I was going to lose it, but you have prevented me from going on a murderous blood rage myself.
Well, just never forget, Zedri, that with every failure comes great strides towards success. Just because there was a little bit of a fuck up doesn't mean that it was unsalvageable. Now, there's sometimes where it's just completely unsalvageable, and you have to be able to recognize that. But not all is the end if some people start making fun of you, even though those guys were dicks.
Well, it was a failure the first time, but as we're like walking back, Zedri's just gonna be like, I want you to tell me about the sky where you are from.
It's it's high. It's
It's high.
it's so big, Zedri. The sky is just so large that it's rolling plains and just fields. So there's nothing to obstruct the grandness of the sky. I don't know. There's just no other feeling like it, to just feel like you're parallel to the heavens and everything above. I don't know. It just kind of perplexed me when we were talking about Ashmain and you mentioning how it was ashy. Very difficult to see. I couldn't imagine not being able to, like... I mean, I can. I was away for a long time in, like, a hole, but, like, I don't know.
Oh, hopefully winter clears up and you get to see a big sky, even if you aren't back home in Teleria, right?
Yes.
I mean, I remember that, but I don't particularly remember. One of a vault had me take down all of that information. I don't really remember. Did you even give me a last name?
Did I give him my last name?
Well,
Yeah.
Oh, because I definitely don't have it. I think you specifically told me no. But you told Vault. That's great. Cool.
Well, you know,
Awesome.
we are living in like his mother and father's house, so that you know, my back was up against a wall. But I also had like a mental breakdown at the dinner, and I definitely like shouted, or did I? No, actually, I don't know. There was a lot was happening at that time. But I didn't tell Vault. But that was more out of like, it's not like I didn't tell you. It's like I told you no, and then I was kind of forced to tell Vault, and I had to make my rounds. I don't know. I just didn't think that was. Keys was gonna try to like, I don't know, just kind of crumple away from the situation. Kind of.
Okay, you guys make your journey back towards the inn. All the parties are reconverging on the inn at this point in time. Salinas has completed his shopping and headed back. You'll be the first one that gets back, Salinas. And for the sake of keeping things on track, party montage. You guys get to spend the night at the inn, sharing whatever information you got from your different sources. If there's anything in particular you're wanting to keep that's not something you're sharing, then just kind of let us know so we know that for next session. But for the sake of keeping things on track, we will skip over the evening of sharing all the information that we've all just sat through and listened to anyway. But the one thing I'll throw out there is Emily does show up. She does bring a few friends. If anybody has any roles they want to make, you may do so.
All right, give me 1 second.
And if Salinas wants to do some performance during the evening, he may do so as well.
I was gonna say, if there's people coming over, I haven't really done a show with this inn yet. I might as well.
Yeah, it's a little bit more happening now that people aren't scared. There's stuff in the dungeon, in the cellar, killing people. So,
yeah.
Yofredir, what was your 7 roll?
That's how many bottles I'm buying.
Ooh.
Oh, jeez.
Popping them.
No!
I would like to think that nat 20 is Kiesel not puking, not feeling nauseous, and able to keep up with this chick.
There you go.
Keep up with Yofredir more than anything. You're just like solid all night long there. Keep up with Narcisse.
Ooh.
I don't know why you invited them back to the inn.
I thought I said we were gonna go far out, and I don't want the side bitch and the new bitch to meet each other.
Oh, what a cutie.
There's your Narcisse image, so.
What a cutie. Hey, DM, on the way back, by the way, and just kind of generally, is there a way that I can, like, just keep tabs on why is Alfred's, like, why is he so loud when he walks? That's weird.
On the way back, you're right.
Because he's like literally saying it. He's
so
like, I
there
can't
really
see
wouldn't be
shit.
anything for you to check other than he said he had new boots.
What's it like? What type of loud is this? I'm sorry. This is just it's been a burning question.
SpongeBob squeaky boots.
We could come back to it. I just want to know. I want it noted that I'm paying attention to how loud he walks. That's all. A most mundane adventurer.
All right. Yeah, not your best night, Salinas.
It's a new song, man. He's still working on it. He'll get it. He'll iron the kinks
For the
out.
most part, for drinking music, it's just perfectly fine at a 10. So Yeah, everybody has a good time. It's a good night. You guys all get to share the information. Have a good time drinking with these ladies. Kiesel gets a surprisingly no reaction out of Narcisse for the fact that you're partying with these other women. So, the one thing I will put in there before we wrap up tonight is Narcisse checks on you, Zedri. Just to make sure you're doing okay.
Aw.
Yeah, no, I'm fine. It's just water and tea. But I
She's not
appreciate
worried
it.
about the drinking. She's just checking in on you, make sure you're okay. So,
Okay. Zidru doesn't pick up on it. Let's be honest.
no, it's nothing to really pick up on. Just you guys shared drinks the night before, so she's just checking in on you. You seem to be in a bad place, so.
Oh, well, that is kind of.
And her attention seems to be more focused on making sure you're okay than worrying about big boy Kiesel over there. So
The Zircon moment all over again. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
all right, so past the evening, and yeah, we'll leave. You guys retire for the evening. Any activities you have before you retire for the evening, we'll pick up at the beginning of next session.
Cool.
So we will wrap the session there. Let's do our usual closeout
Rollies.
stuff. So rollies for MVRP.
Good music, by the way. Is this Baldur's Gate? What is this?
That's
Baldur's
Sirenscape.
Gate.
The background, though. I swear I've heard that before.
Sirenscape.
I swear I've heard this like Neverwinter Nights or something.
Kiesel, you can't use your Arcana skill to roll. Of course, I think that's the only way to do it, because otherwise
Yeah,
it's going to
because-
show them both as Alfred, isn't it?
Yeah, so I told him, I was like, pick one with 0 modifiers so we can know who rolled the same, but we just rolled 18s, so...
Ding!
All right, so
Oh.
yeah, 3 of you have to roll off the 18, and 2 of you have to roll off the 5s.
Nice. I didn't have to do. I'm done.
Oh!
Dang!
Take the 20 while you can, because it's a race to the bottom.
All right, so Zedri with Salinas on deck, and then I believe Vault before the triple 18 boys.
You got it. Go away. Go away. Where's that coming from?
It's the beggars on the side of the road.
Oh, you cute Sirenscape.
Please, spare a coin.
Yeah, I heard that earlier. That was really adorable.
All right, so who do you have? Alfred, Kiesel, Jofredir. And we ended up with... Okay. Yep, so Zedri, you're up.
I'm not gonna skip this time. Mine is definitely going to Vault. In all of the ways that he was like rocking it individually and able to really try to like smooth things over. The constant like check-ins, even walking through like the like cafeteria area or the tavern area and giving him a wink. I was just like, yes, it was very nice.
Salinas.
I'm going to give it to Zedri. Right. I thought that there's some very nice moments of him being genuinely concerned, and for him him introducing us to Master Artemis. I don't know. I thought Zedri was good this week.
Vault.
Oof. I think it's gonna be a Zedri day for me as well. Come on, going to Druid's Grove, getting excited, finding out it's just a name is that a Zedri moment or what? Like, but he's still making something out of it. Chef's kiss for that party.
Kiesel.
I thought it was a genuine, expression of emotion when both me as the person and the PC were both as confused when Cedric was having this like massive meltdown. And like, it's probably not even a meltdown, but like just I felt so like overwhelmed with Cedric's problems, and having freshly listened to the previous session, I'm like, man, this guy's going through it. So I also believe in the Zedri supremacy this week.
Coin.
Uh,
Alfred.
That leaves me to be contrarian. I will give it to Volt because I felt like there was some like very big brain plays that we had tonight, and like there was some like all that smoothing over it, as was previously stated, just like so many things just went into like making it move and roll forward in motion.
And Yofredir.
It's a tough one. Between Zedri and Vault, I'd probably have to go with Vault though. Just the way he handled the whole situation, getting caught by Fenton, and then trying to play it off, and then trying to smooth things over with the guild mistress. It all just went together so well.
All right, that's a straight up 3-3 tie.
Whoop, whoop.
Zedri and Vault.
I think
Use
I
your
have
power.
I already have it. Wait,
No,
no,
Pick Yofredir or Salinas to get it, because those are the only two that don't have it.
Yofredir. I'm going Yofredir. He was my honorable mention.
Oh my gosh, the
I
fact that he
love
walked
the
in the
race
water.
scene.
Damn.
I liked him going out doing his athletic stuff, and then Zedri's being like, "I'm gonna just try to keep up as a wolf." And he's like, "Yeah, I guess you could like try to keep up. I won't try too hard. You're a wolf, I guess. It's fine. You could probably hold your own." That dude is a monster. Do you guys realize how monstrous? He is faster than boats.
Then he gave away his
While
fur coat
dragging,
as
like,
well, which I thought
That
was
was nice.
giant sea monsters. This guy is what a human.
I'll run next to the sea monsters.
It was literally.
with the ring of
Yes,
water
with your
walking.
wing of water walking. Everybody roll for questions.
We basically have Beowulf in our party, guys. Like, jeez Louise.
Cedric does not want to go first.
I think I'm gonna be going first.
Dang, welcome to 20s.
Oh my god!
Oh.
20 club.
Oh, 20.
Oh,
No!
man.
Ooh, Alfred with the one.
Yeah, Alfred, I think you might be first there.
Okay, so Alfred is first. Kiesel and Yofredir's roll off. Yofredir is second. Kiesel is third. And that's Salinas. And then the two 20s
I didn't have Rolly off at 14.
go Zedri
Why
and
did I
Bulk.
go-
You'll be last.
I am fully prepared.
All right, so Alfred, you're up.
Okay.
I got
So
it.
I think Alfred's first wondering like what the book was that was taken first, who took it. I think that's everyone's first question. So like, who took it, and then like where has it gone? Like where is it now? Because I feel like that could also be a different quest or a different answer than who has it. And then also slightly like more personally, like how is he going to like one talk about and then two deal with the being stuck between a rock and a hard place, so to speak.
Just so I know, was that an introspective question about yourself? About, like,
No,
about
I
Alfred?
think it's
Or is
it's a note about the shard in his side.
Okay, but yeah, it is about that character, though. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Yofredir.
So I think for Yofredir, the big question would be about Ivana, like why she ended up leaving after bringing Deirdra back, where she went, where they woke up at, and how they actually ended up getting out.
Kiesel.
Ivana fucking yeeted that book, and we gotta figure out how she did it, because I know that she took the book. And if not, that's probably the question at hand. I don't know. That's a pretty big lead. I kind of like what we did. We kind of pushed that. We kind of set things in motion that we can kind of leave alone for a little bit. But that Ivana, like that missing book thing, that's
Well, Deirdra had a key, so if Ivana took the key from her.
library.
Oh wow, that's a
Book
really
back. Yeah.
like neat little bow right there. I literally had not considered that she just got the key from. Oh, wow. Wow. Sorry, interrupting.
Salinas?
Salinas doesn't know. I guess Salinas does know about this information now. Definitely, like I said before, the questions about the book, but also the information that we haven't touched on yet is about the last mission that they went on, and that the book that was missing was found it in the area when Vault was asking for information on the previous missions. It was something to do with, I think the book has something to do with the like that mission to the tomb or whatever they got grabbed on. I think that might be something else we need to check out. And my other question is, looking ahead, what's going to be up with who are we going to get this alcohol from, and is it going to just be alcohol? We're gonna probably have to deal with that next session.
All right. Zedri.
Here's my worry. Is the shipment that we're taking, are we gonna have to go anywhere near the Emerald Enclave? Because we literally just got told that is not the place. So if there's any involvement with a location like that, it definitely ups the ante of, I think a lot of people have put on like blinders to like how illegal this might be or things like that, the ethics of it. But now that we have been told about something that is bad news, if it is involved with that, I think that might change the stakes a little bit for folks. So I'm interested to see like what information are we going to learn, what context that further pushes us to the brink of being like, do we do this, or do we maybe it gets lost at sea? Like what's gonna happen?
Do we want to be the bad guys?
Mm-hmm.
Do we have a chance to be the heroes?
Sure.
You know, honestly, I think the biggest question that keeps circulating, like during this session for me is, how dangerous is the information we're sharing? Because this Dreamer dude is grabbing and plucking people, and specifically for Vault, he has only threatened and targeted people that are the most close to Vault, right? My little sister, my true love, or whatever. That's kind of bad, right? So, like, if we're telling people about it, are we, like, expanding that problem? You know? And if we are, uh-oh. So it's just a motive. Like, what is the motive of this Dreamer? How does this mechanism work? Why would he grab people? Why did he grab us? What's going on there? There's like so many wonderful unknowns in that nugget of questioning that, like, once we figure it out, it's going to start throwing everything into place, and it's going to be beautiful. But we don't have that info yet, so I'm curious about that. And then if I can add like a little extra, I know I'm doing a lot here. What's with Alfred's walking? Why does he walk funny? He literally mentioned it a couple times. Like, I'm not feeling stealthy. I'm gonna try to walk on my knees. Like, dude, what is going on with Alfred? He's like, I'm fine, but I don't like walking on my feet right now. Like, that's strange. Hope he's okay. I think he is. I think he's cool. He seems happy. He seems really happy, actually. Almost unnervingly so.
All right. Rollies for fave moment. Looks like I got Yofridir and Zedri, so just the other four. See if we can get no ties this time. Oh, coming down to the last one.
You can do it.
Come on, Alfred.
Yeah.
Yes. Salinas, you're up first.
Pioneer Noctalis, nice.
Um, my my favorite moment was definitely um the image of Vault trying to sneak down a hallway and then a person just like walking behind him like I just like that image, it was very funny.
All right, Sentry.
Favorite moment? There were some surprising pockets where the NPCs were talking with one another. And I really enjoyed that. Yeah. There's like quick little moments. It really helps to define like each of the NPCs. And forever and always it will be, where do you hail from? Here. And just quickly moved on from there. And I was like, that's a real answer. You know what? Can't be mad. But I liked it. The NPCs felt like they had a lot of depth. And you followed up our fan fave very well.
Got himself into some trouble, but it worked out okay. Alfred.
Okay, so I think this is just gonna continue on the Vault train because, like, I think the whole situation of just like sneaking behind this one dumbass, like, really trying his hardest, like, that's like stealth his way through this, and like then just deciding, no, this is not even worth it anymore. I see that we're like that this is not gonna work. Like, if it wasn't the worst person to not see them, they would have been seen like in 2 seconds flat.
Kiesel. I love that you guys are paired right next to each other. It works out well.
Cool.
There was a lot that happened, and there were a lot of ups, and then like a lot of chill moments. But like for me, I really enjoyed the tying together of events and the ability that Volt was able to talk himself into, and then conveniently bring Alfred along too to be his like credible wingman. But just when it all started, like the dots kind of came in full circle, I really enjoyed just kind of watching everything fall into place. And then it's like, here's this like thing that happened to us, and now here's like the first crevice of what could be considered under microscopic extreme observations is a lead. So like it's like, holy shit, this is something. We found like microbacteria on an asteroid like 8 light years away, and that is like psyching me the fuck out, where it's like that we have something, and that is exciting.
Yofredir.
So I really liked the subtle name drops of NPCs we've met in the past, like Darnell, Beckett, and then before with was it the Guild Master that I mentioned? Someone else that we knew?
Yeah.
I don't know. I can't remember at this second, but yeah, just all the little subtle name drops, and it's like, hey, we know that person. We've met this person before.
Oh.
Boy, howdy. I like this session. There's a lot of good stuff in it. But some of the stuff that happened in the end really throws us off, but I'm still going to go because you guys have already mentioned a lot of it. I'm going to say my favorite moment actually was the little lie detector moment with Brendel and Kiesel and Alfred and myself. And it's just like, wait, Brendel, this is how you this is how you check lies. And then it's like, bro, you got me. Like, oh shit. And then Alfred be like, yeah, I've been wondering about all that thing. Like, I don't know. That is like a little inside joke that has been brewing the entire time I've been in this group. And that just like naturally just blossomed into a little moment in game. Was just absolutely lovely. I was very ecstatic about that moment. Hyped me up in the beginning of the session.
All right, record longest session of stream we have ever done.
Really?
Which is just flipping crazy, but
we had a lot to go over.
Yeah, the splitting the party and hitting a lot of different conversations turned into a heck of a lot more stuff happening. So,
I feel like it all came full circle.
Job Zedri on the idea of splitting. Actually, we're super efficient today.
No, Matt, Druid's Gate wasn't real Druids.
I could have actually told you that because we knew that at the beginning, but I didn't. You never told me what you were going over there for, so I was just like, he's probably got a plan.
Drew, he was so like singularly focused, and he will never do that again.
All right. Well, that concludes tonight's session. For those of you watching on demand, those of you that might have tuned in here live, we are back with regular time on Saturday at 6:30 Central, and we hope to see you there. It should be fun.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
And we'll close it out there. So, thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in.
See y'all in a few days.